Hello, everyone. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. How's your Saturday? Also known as Catterday for those of us in the know. I always like to see what Larry the Cat posts on Twitter. He's a very loyal member of the Catterday Club, for anyone who doesn't know. Larry the Cat is the UK Prime Minister's residence's cat. Does not actually belong to the Prime Minister of the UK, it belongs to their office building. Whereas here in Canada, we have an official Prime Minister's kitty, because the kitty belongs to Mark Carney. Its name is Nico Carney. He has a Twitter account. Him and Larry the Cat have become fast Twitter friends. Though I don't think Nico made the trip to the UK. Cats don't like to travel. And the UK is known for being very wet, which is not all that cat friendly. So, as usual, I am struggling to remember what happened last week, particularly because last week was kind of boring. It was a lot of nothing. I did scan read, as now is my habit, and I can say at least this week things happen. There are things that will happen. Changes are afoot. A plot point that we've been waiting for comes up. I think the only thing we really had last week was her father recovering in the hospital, somewhat ill-advised, but I guess went well, birthday party. And I think there was, and they broke a couch. Yeah, because they definitely 100% broke a really ugly couch. And there was a lot of emails. Also, I randomly happened to be watching somebody do a first time watching react to Pretty Woman this week. And WoW is part of Christian Grey's the business part of his character ripped off from that movie. Because as a kid watching Pretty Woman roughly 1 zillion times, I never really figured out or paid attention to what does the Richard Gere character's, what is his actual job? What does he actually do? Even though as an adult you realize that is a significant part of the story, and we see him changing with his actions there. But again, unlike Christian Grey, Richard Gere's character, whose name I don't remember in that movie because he's Richard Gere, he just, he actually changes. He changes and he doesn't do what he was planning to do. But it also involves buying a shipyard, which is what Grey is currently doing in the book. That's been his whole thing, is buying a shipyard. And I'm like, oh my God, you couldn't even change it from blatantly being that. Not that we can say Grey picked up a hooker, but same kind of principle applies. He went for the girl that was completely different to everything he's ever had. Same applies in Pretty Woman. And there's some other overlaps, but we've already been through how many movies and shows that this rips off, which is a lot. Oh, why am I always yawning when I start talking? But other than that, I think that is all that went on. Don't think we had progress on anything else. Yeah, so I'm sure we'll get, now that her father's out of the hospital, I'm sure he might be around, but we'll see. I'm pretty sure we're done permanently with Layla and the former submissives. We know Hyde comes back at some point, but not really sure how that happens. And I do suspect it's going to be like it was in the original. I suspect it's going to be crammed into the last 10 pages or so, which is not great because it's it's one of the few parts of the book where again something actually happens. So that's the kind of thing you should draw out instead of putting in a useless car accident plot that comes from nowhere, goes nowhere, adds nothing, and accomplishes nothing. But I didn't write it. And that said, I'll rise for our national anthem.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" and they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you," then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" and they're like, I'm not really sure," then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea, don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay. Will somebody please tell StreamYards nobody wants their vertical mode? And no wonder the thing's been crashing regularly. They're loading so many new features. It's a wonder it's running at all. But now they have a vertical mode because I want to look like I'm on TikTok. No, I don't. Like, nobody asked for this. I'm so fed up with YouTube and all the streaming services adding all these features that nobody asked for. Nobody wants this. You don't need to do it to stay relevant. You're already half dead. And if you're Twitch, please just go away. No, pretty sure Twitch is done. They're being sued into oblivion. Serves them right. So if they file for bankruptcy in the near future, not surprised. Maybe you should have, moderated your platform. But we will get on with things. First things first, of course, we must introduce our pantheon of ducks. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with two B's, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, and Mark. I'm here, but I'm listening. I'm in the car. Are you hiding from the world, Cerebellum? Are you hiding in your car? Panty on a duck? Is this a song? Because we do have a duck in waiting that has a diaper, which is our Cupid duck here, as you can see, has its bow and arrow and its quiver, and it's wearing a diaper because it's the Cupid duck. These are our painted ducks that are waiting to be sponsored. We do have 5 random ducks still for $10 each. I will draw a random duck. You get to name it, and it will be added to our stage. It sounded like what I said. Oh, I said pantheon of ducks. But if anybody wants to sponsor one of our painted ducks, hopefully this posts correctly. Nope, still didn't post correctly. I still can't get it to keep the spacing. And sorry, it's posting 4 times. I don't know how to make that stop. But I won't be posting much. I'm a passenger with family. Don't worry, I have earbuds. Oh, good. Yes, because if there are children in the car, they definitely should not be hearing anything I have to say, and I curse. So, if you would like to sponsor one of our painted ducks that I worked very hard on, and I'm very surprised these have not sold better. We have the chicken jockey duck. We have the Frosty the Snowman duck. We have the Orion Slave Girl duck with her shiny silver space outfit. We have the flounder duck that turned out way, way better than I ever expected it to. Okay, he's got all his stripes, and I looked at many pictures of flounder to make sure I had the right amount of stripes. We have our Cupid duck. We have our King Midas duck, which is my favorite at the moment. Him and Frosty are my favorites. But yeah, we got King Midas rocking all the bling, being very golden, of course. We have our Mr. Spock duck, who is awesome. So those are all available at the prices listed in the chat. And for $25, of course, we have our trusty police issue handcuffs that I will put on for 20 pages for $25. We have a key both in the pouch and on a string around the monitor for safety because we practice safety first. And for $50 at the appointed hour, which is about 9:30, when we start drinking, I will chug this entire glass of wine to be refilled as necessary. So those are our tiers: 10, 15, 20, 25, and 50. If you would like to donate, link should be at the top of the chat to PayPal, because that is the best way to currently do things. Oh dear. Wow, seems, yeah, YouTube's having some issues. Hopefully it sorts itself out. Oh, crap. I bet I know why it's doing that. Fuck. Okay, this might be my fault, but it is also their fault for introducing a lot of new crap nobody asked for and I didn't know how it worked. Because it said, do you want horizontal or vertical? Yeah, what's up with the portrait clip and zoom? Yeah. Because YouTube and I guess StreamYards introduced a new vertical mode so you can look like you're doing a shorts video or a TikTok, I guess. That's the only thing I'm getting off it. And I didn't know what it was because I've never seen it before. It's new this week. And so when I told it to set up the live stream, I told it to do both. And that's why it's doing both. I didn't realize it would. Yeah, there's a portrait stream. And yes, that's why. It's my fault I did that. Next week I will not do that. I will only pick horizontal, but I don't think I can change it now. So we're going to have to live with it for tonight. But I'm learning. And again, not my fault that YouTube keeps changing things. And again, nobody asked for this, YouTube. Nobody asked for a vertical mode. Nobody. Nobody wanted this. And you should have made it a lot fucking clearer. So I'm partially blaming YouTube. And StreamYards. And that one person who did ask for it and that thought it was a good idea. Okay, so we're like halfway through chapter 35. I think they're just leaving the hospital. All right. So he's talking about he may have to go to Taiwan. She's upset about something. Oh, Zadale, I'm sorry. Things are being weird. Yes, idiot streaming services trying to compete with each other and screwing everything up. Yes. Absolutely, yes. Raymond Steele is happy to see us. Can't thank you enough for organizing all this. He waves at the airy room, his dark eyes full of quiet sincerity. Ray, you're most welcome. Uncomfortable with his gratitude, I changed the subject. I see you have a stack of sports magazines. You made it through the bushes? That's good. Did you have a machete? Or a dog? From Annie. I've been reading about the Mariners and the season they've been having. Ray launches into a diatribe about how disappointed he is with the M's this year. I have to say I'm with him. It's not been a stellar season. Our conversation moves on to fishing. He's sorry to miss out on his angling trip in Astoria, and I mentioned my recent fishing expedition in Aspen. Now it's echoing. Oh no. Okay, hopefully I'm not echoing for everybody. Freaking fly, go away. Go away. Yeah. I expect there will be a puppy joining us at some point. He's resting up so that he's fully charged and can show off his sweater. He almost lost his sweater getting tangled in the blankets. He came out without it. It actually took me a minute to realize he was like naked when I woke up in the morning. And then, of course, he was pestering the hell out of me, like, find my sweater. I'm naked. I'm cold. Find my sweater. I want it back. And I untangled it from the blanket. As soon as he saw it, he starts standing up and whining like crazy and spinning in circles. And it's like, okay, you have to stay still for me to put the sweater on you. You know, this is what he has a difficult concept with. Yeah, there's some big ass flies. I'm surprised they're still around because it's been like we've had snow twice and it's been pouring rain and like thunderstorming all day and it's very cold. He ate tabs. Yeah, I know. I've done that. I have done that. Roaring Fork. I know it, he says. You should come and stay. Ugh. Maybe for a weekend once you're up and about. I'd appreciate that, Christian. Through our discussion, Anna is quiet. Too quiet. She's tuning out and going elsewhere. It's frustrating. Anna, what's wrong? Ray yawns and Anna glances at me, and I know it's time to go. Hattie, we'll leave you to sleep. Thanks, Anna, honey. I like that you dropped by. Saw your mom today, too, Christian. She was very reassuring. And she's a Mariners fan. It is too cold for flies, right? She's not crazy about fishing, though. I don't know many women who are, eh? Ray's smile is wary. He needs to rest. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Anna kisses his forehead, and there's a trace of sadness in her voice. Hell, why is she sad? Come. I hold out my hand. Is she tired? Maybe what she needs is an early night. Yeah, I have a feeling we know what's coming up. Anna was quiet in the car and quiet when we got home. And now she's just chasing her food around her plate with her fork. Taciturn and distracted. My anxiety has climbed to DEFCON 1. Damn it, Anna, will you tell me what's wrong? Yeah, this is a good way to open a conversation. Just go, damn it. I push my empty plate away. Please, you're driving me crazy. She turns apprehensive eyes to mine. I'm pregnant. Well, we hit this point in the story. Brace for him acting like a toddler. What? I stare at her as a frisson of disbelief skitters down my spine, and for some unknown reason, I'm suddenly at the door of the skydiving plane, hanging over the world without a parachute, about to leap out. Because every guy just has to fucking. Why is it in romance and like even not even just in rom coms, but just in any movie slash TV show, when the guy gets told like, we're pregnant, why do they immediately have to freak the hell out? Into the air, into nothing. What? I don't recognize my voice. I'm pregnant. That's what I thought you said. But I thought we took care of this. How? She tilts her head to one side and raises a brow. Yeah, dude, you know how. Fuck. Anger like I've never felt before erupts inside me. That's gotta be a high fucking bar. You're shot, I snarl. Did you forget your shot? Okay, takes two to tango, dude. She just stares at me, eyes glassy as if she's looking straight through me and says nothing. I don't want kids. Not yet. Not now. Panic knots in my chest and tightens around my throat, feeding my fury. Christ, Anna. I bang my fist on the table and stand. Yeah, this is real great. This is a story you want to tell your kid when they're grown up. But what? How did Daddy react when you told him? Uh, yeah, acting violently. That's really what she needs right now. And again, dude, if you're so set on you don't want kids, have a vasectomy. Then you don't have to worry about it, and you don't have to use condoms because he hates condoms because that, I guess, proves you're a real man or what the fuck ever. Though, you know, I think it makes you stupid. Here we go. You have one thing to remember. Shit, I don't fucking believe it. How could you be so stupid? Oh, yeah, we're just 100% blaming her. This is all her fault. Yeah, how could she miss her birth control shot? How could she get pregnant? How dare she? How could you be so stupid? Yeah, that's what you want to say to your wife when she tells you you're gonna be a daddy. Uh-huh. Oh, yes, I know. Our exchange rate does suck a lot. No, there's so much tension with everything right now. Yeah, it's bad. It is bad. The exchange rate is terrible. Yeah, actually no, because I had to try and pay something through PayPal, and I learned that because PayPal is not considered a bank where I am, that I can't transfer money from my bank account into my PayPal account because I needed to pay something through PayPal, but I didn't have like a PayPal invoice for it. So now I have to write the place and be like, okay, I figured it out this month by literally sending the money to a friend and then getting them to send it back to me on PayPal, which was just a lot of unnecessary crap, but it was the only way I could work it out. So I'm writing to the place and being like, okay, next month you need to send me a PayPal invoice with the link so that I can, pay you. Because I can't transfer money into my PayPal account because it's not a bank. You can apparently only use it for transactions, but I can't put money into it. I didn't know that. Well, I've never tried to do it before, which is why I didn't know that. But it was a frustrating afternoon. It took me like 3 hours to work it out. Because of course PayPal doesn't just like tell you, and my bank doesn't tell me, and so yeah, it was ugh. But I think we're highlighting the how could you be so stupid line because that's yeah, that's not one of his better moments at all because not that he has a lot of good moments, kind of has moments of being less terrible. Yeah, tariff negotiations and other political crap. Yeah, because usually during the holidays our exchange rate gets pretty good, because there's so much cross-border shopping and all that. Not this year though, there won't be. So that usually is what causes it to get pretty close to parity. I've seen it close to parity on around the holidays or sometimes in the summer, same reason. But yeah, I'm sure it's quite bad right now. She closes her eyes and then stares down at her fingers. Excuse me. I'm sorry, she whispers. Sorry. Fuck. A child. What do I do with a child? Okay, dude, you're rich and you're a jagoff. So she has the kid. She is going to be the one taking care of it while you're off, doing business and stuff. It's also a cue to check your PayPal. Okay, I will in 1 sec. But yeah, like, dude, it's not like you're gonna have to like change diapers and feed it yourself. You're gonna hire a nanny. You know, you've got her. Thank you, said Dale. Snowman Duck and Cubs. Oh, you're the best. You're the absolute best. What are we naming the Snowman Duck? It is the... Okay, we have a new duck. Yay. This is our new duck. This is our Frosty the Snowman Duck. What are we naming it? Isn't it awesome? He's got his hat and his scarf. The scarf is why I turned it into Frosty the Snowman, because it's all I could come up with. It was very hard. And let me tell you, that paint is like a shell. Don't squeeze the painted ducks. But we will add this guy next to Mark. His name is Glacial. I'm having dyslexia moment. Is that Glacial? He looks French. Is it the hat or the scarf? Yeah, I know the. Yeah, I totally get the aesthetic you're thinking of. Yeah. Is that pronounced Glacial? Am I saying that right? At all? Ah! I dropped the key. Okay, it didn't go far. Hi, puppy. He's right at the front of the cage. Right across the doorway, upside down. Got the key. And there is another key on a string because we practice safety here, but I have this key, which is on the desk right in front of me. Didn't want to open. Oh, now we have a puppy that's awake. Okay. French for Frosty, zero imagination with access to Google Translate. Oh, Adele, I love you. Come here, puppy. I know you want ups. No, let me hold you before I put the cuffs on, because I can't hold you with the cuffs on. Also, they scare you. Come on, up, up. Come on, you can do it. Yes, you can do it. Come on. Okay, I'm going to ignore you and you're not getting any cuddles. Come on, you. Up, up. Okay, why do you have to be a silly puppy when I have things to do? Why are you being silly? Come on. Come on, you can do it. Come on. That's a boy. Up, up. No, I just want to turn around and lay down like a little brat. Yeah, you're being a little brat. You're being a little brat. I mean, I love you, but you're a brat. Come on, up. Yep, up. Come on, up. Come on, you can do it. Yes, yes. There we go. Oh, look at the puppy. Everybody look at the puppy. Isn't he sweet? He's got his sweater, which is getting tatty because he runs all over and rolls in things and crawls through things. He's very sleepy. Yeah, he wants to lick my face, but he knows he can't. His makeup. I know. I know. It's just not right. You can't lick my face when I have makeup on. I know. It's just not what you want the world to be. I know. Yeah. Who decided that was a good idea? Except I didn't want you eating foundation. You know, he has no problem eating foundation, but I have a problem with you eating it, okay? Of course, you once tried to eat a dead roadkill pigeon, and then you rolled in it and thought it was the best day ever. Ugh, never have you needed a bath more. He was very upset with me for bathing him and taking that smell away. Yes, you were just, you were giving me such sad little face. Don't take my dead pigeon smell away. I smell wonderful. I want all the other dogs to smell me. Yes. He could very cheerfully go to sleep in my arms right now. Okay. I'm gonna put you on your pillow. You're gonna curl up and go to sleep, okay? Because you're still very sleepy. Yes, because you were barking at the thunder all day, telling it to go away. And you won. It went away. Okay? Yes. Okay. Pillow time for you. Ooh, good boy. Oh, Izzy. All right. We are appropriately cuffed up. Yes, him being a silly puppy is the whole reason that I love him. Hello, Bo. Yes. Good baby puppy. And I've lost my faith. Of course I have. Okay. Place acquired. I know the timing's not very good. Not very good. My bellow echoes around the room, so he's full on like shouting, yelling at her. I'm sure this is exactly the happy, joyous moment she always envisioned of telling the man that she fell in love with, hey, we're having a baby. I'm sure this is exactly how she thought about it. We've known each other 5 fucking minutes. Maybe you shouldn't have gotten married. Or maybe you should have gotten to know each other. Oh, what was it he said after proposing? Yeah, let's get married so then we can get to know each other. Well, here you go. I wanted to show you the fucking world. And now, fuck. Diapers and vomit and shit. I close my eyes. He won't love me anymore. This is in his head. Did you forget? Tell me. Or did you do this on purpose? Wow, just when you think he can't get worse, here it is, because that is worse. No, her word is a quiet rush of denial. I thought we agreed on this, and I don't give a fuck who can hear me. She cringes, folding in on herself. I know. We had. I'm sorry. This is not what you should have to be saying when announcing that you're pregnant. This is why. This is why I like control. So shit like this doesn't come along and fuck everything up. Christian, please don't shout at me. Fuck. I'll be displaced. She starts to cry. Don't you dare, Anna. Don't start with the waterworks now. Fuck. Okay, yeah. Tell the you're screaming your head off at her. And now you're gonna yell at her for crying when you're being the worst. I run a hand through my hair trying to comprehend this colossal fuck up. You think I'm ready to be a father? No. My voice cracks on the last word. She turns tear-filled eyes to me. I know neither one of us is ready for this, she mumbles, but I think you'll make a wonderful father. We'll figure it out. Hi, puppy on my leg. That's the sound of his tail hitting the recycle bin. Do you want up again? Is that what this is? You want up? Come on. No, I can't lean down and rub your belly right now. If you want up, come up. Now. Come on, up. All right, pretend you can't hear me. You're not getting any cuddles. How the fuck do you know? My voice clamors around the room. Tell me how. I would not be telling him that I think he will make a great father. I'd be telling him that we will figure it out and we'll work it out together, but you know, you got like probably 7 months left to work it out. We don't know how far along she is yet. Probably fairly early. She opens her mouth and closes it again as tears stream down her face. And there it is. Her regret. Something you should not be feeling right now, girl. Regret that's writ large in every feature of her face. Regret that she is saddled with me. I can't bear it. My fury is drowning me. Yeah, dude, you need to go somewhere and get a hold of yourself. What? You want up? Come on, up, up. You can do it. It's okay, I'll get you. Come on, up, up. Come on, you can do it. Up. That's it. Good boy. Up, up. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, come on, I got you. I got you. Okay, there we go. Uh, ow. Ah, this is not working. I'm losing a dog. Okay, hi. Okay, I know. You're on my... I know. Okay, hi. Hi, I'm getting the key. Okay, I'm getting the key. And of course it's on the other side. Fuck. Okay, should have undone them before the puppy. Okay, there we go. There we go. Don't break my headphones. I don't have any more. Okay, there we go. There we go. Don't be mad. I know. I know I scared you. I know. I know you're a good puppy. Yes, you're a good puppy. Okay. So you're going to have a big cuddle. Don't lick. I see the face. Don't lick. You know better. You're being a good boy. You've been really good today. Okay. You might even get some cheese later. Cheese. Yeah. Words that make his ears go up because they're important words. Oh, you're so good. Look at you. Look at you being so good. You're so good. Oh, I wish I could cuddle you forever. Yes. Okay? You'll get lots more cuddles later. But I'm getting behind. We gotta read. I've only done one page. Okay? Okay? You've had lots of squishy cuddles. I heard you crunching your dinner, so go have a nap, okay? Okay? Go hold down the couch. Ah. Okay, lifting a puppy with handcuffs on. Not great. Yeah, biology doesn't care if you're ready or not. You did the deed, here's the results, man up and deal with it. Yes. And this is supposed to make us root for and sympathize with him. Yeah, I think we are. I think to some degree we are supposed to be sympathizing with him. That he has this perfect life established and he doesn't want it to change and he's horribly immature and, did make his feelings about children known. But again, there's things he could have done to, prevent this. Not to mention, have we ever heard him, remind her to take her birth control? Dude, you're an organized person. Put that in your calendar every 4 weeks. Remind Anna to take birth control shot. You have an assistant who could have done that. You have 20 assistants who could have done that. You're both equally guilty here. But slamming your fist, screaming, yelling, and then screaming at her not to cry is not the way you react to this. Oh, fuck this. I rage at the world and back away, holding up my hands in defeat. I cannot do this. I'm out of here. So now you're the guy who leaves. You're the guy who's literally running out on his pregnant wife. Grabbing my jacket, I storm out of the room, slamming the foyer door. Frantically, I stab the call button, and even though the elevator is on our floor, the doors take too fucking long to open. A child. A fucking child. Can we stop saying it like that, please? It makes me want to punch him. I step into the elevator, but in my head, I'm underneath a kitchen table. in a shambolic, grimy, neglected hovel waiting for him to find me. Okay, why? Why would your head go there? Okay, you know that your kid is not going to have that life. You're rich, successful, powerful, you have family. Like, I'm sorry, I get that we were supposed to feel bad because he was abused as a child, but this is not how that works. Here you are, you little shit. Hell and damnation. Fuck no. On the ground floor, I slam through the main doors out of Escala and onto the sidewalk. I drag in a lungful of fresh fall air, but it does little to assuage the anger and fear that surge in equal measure through my veins. I need to get away. Instinctively, I turn right and start walking, barely noticing that it stopped raining. I walk and walk, in a daze, concentrating on the simple act of placing one foot in front of the other, blotting out all other thoughts, except one. How could she do this to me? Ugh. How? How can I love a child? I've only just learned to love her. You don't love her. You just think you do. I maintain he doesn't love her. He thinks he does because he wants her in a way that he's never wanted someone before, but he's mistaking that for love because the way he treats her is not love, and this is a prime example of it. When I look up, I'm at Flynn's office. There's no way he's going to be here. The door doesn't shift. It's locked. I call him but get his voicemail. I don't leave a message. I can't trust myself. Hey, you can yell at your therapist's voicemail. This is something I learned, and I often did. And sometimes I would literally call and just scream about whatever was driving me nuts in life and be like, so this is what we'll be talking about on Monday. Because it helps to vent. Jamming my hands into the pockets of my jacket and ignoring the commuters on the street, I trudge on. Aimless. When I look up, Elena is locking up the salon. Of course he goes to Elena. You know what would have been actual, like, character growth and progress? If he went to his family. If he went to his parents or even his siblings. That would be character growth. Him going back to, his abusive former mistress, not character growth. Bad choice. Very bad choice. Oh, freaking gnats. Shrouded in her usual black attire. We gaze at each other as she's on one side of the glass and I'm on the other. She unlocks and opens the door. Hello, Christian. You look like shit. I stare at her, not knowing what to say. Are you coming in? I shake my head and step back. Gray, what are you doing? Yeah, dude, run. Run far, run fast. Somewhere deep in my subconscious, an alarm is sounding. I ignore it. That's not what you do when that happens. Helena sighs and taps a scarlet nail against scarlet lips, her silver ring catching the evening light. Shall we go for a drink? Yes. The Mile High? No, somewhere less crowded. I see. She tries and fails to hide her surprise. Okay. There's a bar around the corner. I know the one. It's a quiet place. Let me grab my purse. Standing on the sidewalk while I wait for her, I feel numb. I've just walked out on my pregnant wife. But right now I'm too mad at her to care. Yeah, somebody kill him. Cray, what are you doing? I shake the disquieting voice from my head and Elena steps out of her salon, locks the door, and with a slight nod of her head indicates right. I jam my hands further into my pocket and together we walk the rest of the block around the corner and into the bar. It's had a considerable makeover since I was last here. It's no longer a dive, but an upscale watering hole, all paneled wood and plush velvet seating. Elena was right. It's quiet except for Billie Holiday's soft, melancholic voice over the sound system. Apt. We slide into a booth and Elena signals for the waitress. Good evening, my name's Sunny. What can I get you folks? I'd like a glass of your Willamette Pinot Noir, Elena says. A bottle, I order, without looking at the waitress. Elena's eyebrows raise a fraction, but she maintains her familiar air of cool detachment. Maybe that's why I'm here. That's what I'm looking for. Cool detachment personified. Coming right up, the young woman leaves us. So, all is not well in the world of Christian Grey, Elena observes. I knew I'd see you again. Her eyes are fixed on mine, and I don't know what to say. Like that, is it? Elena fills the silence between us. Did you get my text on my wedding day? Yes, I did. I deleted it. Christian, I can feel your enmity from here. It's coming off you in waves. But you wouldn't be here if I was the enemy. I blow out a breath and sit back in the booth. Why are you here? She asks, not unreasonably. Fuck. I don't know. Can I sound any more sullen? She's left you? Don't. I give her a glacial stare. I don't want to talk about Anna. Elena purses her lips as the waitress returns. We both sit back and watch as she uncorks our wine and pours a sample into my glass. I'm sure it's fine. I wave in Elena's direction, and the waitress fills each of our glasses in turn. Enjoy, she says brightly, leaving us with the bottle. Elena reaches for her glass and raises it. To old friends, she smirks and takes a sip. I snort, feeling some of my tension leave my shoulders. Old friends. I raise my glass and gulp down a few mouthfuls of wine, not tasting it. Elena frowns and presses her lips together, but says nothing, her eyes not leaving mine. I sigh. She wants me to fill the silence. I'm going to have to say something. How's the business? Yeah, no. That's not what you want to talk about. Yes, it takes two to tango when it comes to pregnancy. The man is just as responsible. Yes. Oh, I hate the whole, how could you do this to me? Dude, you were in the bed too. Like the whole thing of him even just asking her, like, did you do this on purpose? Like, the whole, are you trying to trap me thing, which, like, you know what? That is a trap that is voluntary. So, don't act like anybody made you. Good. It was generous of you to gift it to me. Thank you for that. It was the least I could do. She glances down at her glass as the silence between us expands. Eventually, she breaks it. As you're here, I think I should apologize for how I behaved at your parents' house. Well, this is a surprise. It's not like Mrs. Lincoln to apologize for anything. Her mantra has always been never apologize, never explain. I said several things that I regret, she adds quietly. We both did, Elena. It's in the past. I offer her more wine, but she declines. Her glass is still half full, while mine is empty. I pour myself another. She sighs. My social circle is considerably diminished. I miss your mother. It hurts that she won't see me. Well, you slept with her teenage son for years. So, yeah. Don't think she's going to be forgiving you. It's probably not a good idea for you to get in contact with her. Mm-mm. I know, I understand. I never meant for her to overhear us. Grace was always most fearsome when it came to protecting her brood. She looks wistful for a moment. We shared some good times, though. Your mother knows how to party. I don't wish to know that. Grow up. What are you here to talk about, Christian? She cocks her head to the side and runs a scarlet nail around the rim of her glass, icy blue eyes on mine. I shake my head and take another long draught of the Pinot. Has she left you? No, I snap. If anything, it was me who walked out. What kind of man walks out on his pregnant wife? Hell, maybe my father was right. His words come back to haunt me. It's about you. You living up to your responsibilities. You being a trustworthy and decent human being. You being husband material. Maybe I'm not husband material. I think husband material was on our burn it list, so get ready to play with fire. I have to read the other side of the page first, then we will play with fire. I shake off the thought as Elena gazes at me, and I know she's trying to work out what's wrong. You miss it? The lifestyle? Is that it? The little woman not giving you what you want? Fuck you, Elena. I don't have to listen to her bullshit. He's not saying any of this out loud, by the way. He's not said a word out loud. I start to slide out of the booth. Christian, don't go. I'm sorry. She reaches for my hand and then changes her mind, so her outstretched hand becomes a fist on the table. Please don't go, she pleads. 2 apologies from Mrs. Lincoln in such a short time. I settle back in my seat, warier. I'm sorry, she says once more for emphasis, then tries a different tact. How is Anastasia? She's good. I answer eventually and hope that I haven't given anything away. Elena narrows her eyes. She doesn't believe me. I exhale and confess. She wants children. You don't actually know that. Because what you didn't do was say, like, what do you want to do about this? Like, just putting it out there. This is set in modern day and age. She's got options if she wants to end things. You know, I'm amazed he didn't tell her to do that, quite frankly. But he didn't do the, are you sure? Do you want to keep it? Are you ready for this? Like, what are your thoughts, babe? Like, but, I can see him being the guy who slips the morning after pill into her breakfast smoothie, so. Ah, Elena says as if she solved the riddle of the Sphinx. This shouldn't be a surprise to you. Though I will say she's a little young to be producing your spawn. Hey, she's like 22. That's like older than a lot of girls I knew. Spawn? I scoffed because she said the last word with such malicious invective. Elena's never wanted children. I suspect she doesn't have a maternal bone in her body. Baby Gray, she muses. That will put an end to your predilections. Why? Why do people think, like, I get everything changes when you have kids. I don't have kids, so I can't fully judge, but I get that, like, yes, everything changes. But that doesn't mean he has to give up his, like, kinkiness. Why would that affect that? I mean, is your sex life going to be different? Yes, I'm sure it will. But I don't see how it affects, spanking or tying up or anything. I mean, there's going to be a few months in there where you got to be careful before the baby comes out, but afterwards, everything should be fine. Or maybe they've come to an end already. I scowl at her. Elena, shut up. I'm not here to discuss my sex life with you. I drain my glass and pour more wine for both of us, finishing the bottle. The Pinot Noir is beginning to work its magic. I'm already feeling hazy around the edges. So he just pretty much drank an entire bottle minus one glass to himself in about 5 minutes. So yeah, he's going to be pretty hammered pretty quickly. And he's somebody who does not like normally drink to excess. So it's not a sensation I normally enjoy, but right now I welcome the oblivion that beckons from the bottom of my glass. I signal the waitress for another bottle, who should not be serving it to him because he's clearly getting hammered. Has she done something specific to upset you? I haven't seen you drink like this in years. Elena sounds most disapproving, but I don't give a fuck. How's Isaac? I ask to move the focus to her lover and away from my wife. My marriage is none of her business. And yet you sought her out. Like, dude. I mean, he gets a little bit of credit for trying to go to his therapist first, granted, but he should have left a message because I'm sure the therapist would have called him back and, like, tried to talk things through, knowing what a state he'd be in. She half smiles and folds her arms. Okay, I get it. You really don't want to talk. She pauses, and I know she's waiting for me to spill my guts. But my secrets are mine, not hers. Persnickety. Hi, Persnickety. Good to see you. The therapist that enables him. True. True, true, true. But I think the therapist would have, at least I want to say the therapist would have warned him to stay away from Elena right now because he's in no state. His tolerance is probably crap. That bartender needs better monitoring skills. I certainly wouldn't be serving this guy another bottle if he drank the first one that quickly. Yeah, totally. Yeah, and especially here, especially like no bar is going to serve you that quickly. Like, no way. No way, no way, no way. Because, yeah, he went through that whole bottle in like one page, so yeah. Isaac is fine, she continues finally. Thank you for asking. In fact, we're really good at the moment. She launches into a tale of their latest sexual escapade, but to what end? I don't know. I half listen and half let the wine carry me away. So, is it the business? Is that your issue? She asks when I don't react. No, it's going great. I bought a shipyard. She nods, impressed, I think, and I refill both our glasses from the latest bottle and give her a rundown of what I've been doing at work. The solar powered tablet, the fiber optic business takeover, Geolumata, and of course the shipyard. You've been busy. Always. So you're talkative about business, but not your wife. And? Is this a problem? I knew you'd come back, she whispers. What? Why are you drinking so much? Because I'm thirsty, and I want to forget how I behaved 2 hours ago. He's like partially saying this out loud. But she is definitely thinking that, like, he's coming back to her, like they're going to be in a relationship together again because she, is that one who's like, someday he'll realize I'm the perfect woman for him and he'll marry me and then I'll be the princess. And she doesn't realize that's not going to happen ever for a lot of reasons. She's regarding me through half closed eyes. Thirsty, she breathes. How thirsty? Oh, here we go. She leans in and reaches over, taking my hand. I tense as her fingers slide under my palm and beneath the cuffs of my jacket and shirt. Her fingernails digging into my flesh over my pulse. Maybe I could make you feel better. I'm sure you miss it. Her breath is stale, not sweet like Anna's. Of course, of course. We're gonna get really unflattering comparisons now because Anastasia's perfect and this woman is the devil. Her hand tightens around my wrist, and from nowhere the darkness circles my chest and starts spiraling into my throat. It's a feeling I haven't experienced for a while, and now it's back, amplified, echoing through my body and screaming for release. What are you doing? I squeeze the words out. It's tightening its hold on me. Don't touch me. This was how it was. Always. Me fighting my fear as she laid her hands on me. Don't touch me. I withdraw my hand from hers. She pales and frowns, her eyes on mine. Isn't this what you want? No. Then why are you with her? That's not why you're here? No, Elena, no. I haven't thought about you like that for years. She's going to love hearing that. But we do have to play with fire. Which to do so safely means I need to uncuff one hand. I really should leave one of these facing up because it's a lot easier. Come on. There we go. I got it. Yeah, we're gonna flip that around so it's easier because I need my hand free to grab something to throw on the book in case it really catches fire. But yeah, because it is on the list and it is said twice. Say goodbye to husband material. Do I need to refill this yet? No, we're good. Okay, I'm gonna move my hand slightly down because. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Yep, still smells like those logs from Canadian Tire. Yep, exactly like those logs from Canadian Tire that came in the black wrapping. Yeah, see, that's why I read the other page too. Went through to the next view, but it's okay. It didn't. It's not. It didn't permanently block anything out. We won't. We won't be guessing. We'll be okay. Also, what page did we start on? I didn't look. Hey, we're exactly on time. It's so rare. Okay, so the cups are on for another 10 pages. Ugh, itchy. Haven't thought about you like that for years. I shake my head, wondering how she could have so badly misread my intentions. Well, yeah, no, he's just an idiot there. But my thoughts aren't as clear as they should be. I love my wife, I whisper. Anna. Elena studies me, her formerly pale cheeks reddening with wine or embarrassment or both. She frowns and looks down at the table. I'm sorry, she mutters. Apology number 3. My cup runneth over. I don't know what came over me. She laughs, but her laughter is loud and forced. I have to go. She gathers her purse. Christian, I wish you and your wife well. She stops and looks me squarely in the eyes. I miss you, though, more than you know. Goodbye, Elena. The way you say that has a finality about it. I don't answer her. She nods. It would be difficult. I get it. I'm glad you came to see me. I think we've cleared the air. Have we? Cleared the air about what? Us? There is no us. Goodbye, Mrs. Lincoln. I know it's the last time I'll ever say these words to her. She nods. Good luck, Christian Grey. She slides out of the booth. It was good to see you. I hope whatever it is that's bothering you sorts itself out. I'm sure it will. If it's about being a dad, you'll do great. She tosses her sleek hair over her shoulder and exits the bar without a backwards glance, leaving me with a half-empty bottle of Pinot Noir and an uneasy feeling in my gut. I want to go home. To Anna. Shit. I put my head in my hands. Anna will be mad as hell when I get home. No, she's probably still going to be crying. Grabbing the bottle and my glass, I head towards the bar to settle my tab. There's a stool free, so I sit down and replenish my glass. Waste not, want not. So he's he's gonna down 2 entire bottles of wine in less than an hour, and then go home. I mean, yay for having a personal driver, so he's not driving drunk. No, he walked here. Oh, that's bad. Cause yeah, walking down a crowded street while completely wasted off your ass, not a great idea. I nursed my drink slowly. Hell, I hate it when Anna's mad at me. If I go home now, I may say something else I'll regret. Besides, I've had too much to drink, and I don't think Anna's ever seen me drunk. Of course, I've seen her drunk. That first night I slept with her at the Heathman, and the night of her bachelorette party. Her words float through my slow, intoxicated brain. Are you going to punish me? Punish you. For getting so drunk. A punishment fuck. You can do anything you want to me. Stop, Gray. I wonder when she got pregnant. On our honeymoon? In our bed? In the red room? Fuck. Junior. We'll need a fucking minivan. You don't actually have to go straight to minivan with one kid. Will he have Anna's blue eyes? My temper? Shit. My glass is empty. I refill it, finishing the bottle. There will be hell to pay if Anna ever finds out I had a drink with Elena. She loathes Elena. Yeah, you. He definitely deserves to get his ass kicked for that. Christian, if that were your son, how would you feel? Oh, Anna, Anna, Anna. I don't want to think about that. Not now. It's too raw, too painful. I need oblivion. I want to forget who I am and how I behaved. The way I used to. Before. Everything. Before Mrs. Robinson. The barman looks my way. Bourbon, please. Okay, who is still serving him? You have watched this man down 2 bottles of wine minus 1 glass in less than an hour, and now he's sitting at the bar ordering bourbon. Also, isn't it a thing? You're definitely not supposed to mix like wine and spirits on top of each other because he's gonna be so. He's already gonna be like very, very sick and hungover the next day. But like bourbon on top of 2 bottles of Pinot Noir. Yeah. Oh, exactly. Like, no, 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 no. Because he is Way too wasted. That's the end of the chapter, by the way. The next chapter, I believe, is a fairly short. No, actually, no, it's not that short, but it's still under. It's still a bit under page count, so we'll probably get into 37 a little. Ugh. Let's take a 5-second stretch break. Okay, don't close. Stay open. Do what I say, book. Book is possessed. Oh, stretch. Oh. Thank you, Sadale. Ow. Ow! I just made my shoulder pop. I'm trying to sit further back in my seat and I can't do it without my hands. Moving from a table to a bar will also mess up the business's tabs. The bar gets one part of the bill, the server gets the other. It can be quite confusing. Yeah, because you gotta, like, tip both people. But wouldn't the bartender be aware that this guy's already had 2 glasses of wine? Like, or 2 bottles of wine? I mean, he brought the bottle to the bar and finished it in front of the bartender. So, the bartender definitely knows he's been drinking already quite a bit. Chapter 36. Wednesday, September 14th, 2011. So we're assuming it's after midnight. He stayed out at the bar drinking all night. We're here. The driver turns and flashes me a big, wide-toothed grin. What? I'm in a car. A cab. My face is pressed against the cool glass. My head is spinning. Shit. Closing one eye, I squint up at the building we're parked outside. The brass lantern beckons bright in the darkness. Escala? The driver says. Okay, so he's so fucking wasted. Maybe, maybe not. Would depend on if the bartender was paying attention to the dining room or was made aware by the server. True. So, the bartender would have at best seen him drink like 2 glasses of wine in front of him. So, he might not be aware, but I'm calling that some not great communication by the establishment. Excuse me. Oh yeah. From my inside pocket, I fumble for my wallet and paw through the notes. I hand one to the cab driver and hope it's enough. Wow, thanks. You probably just paid like a $10 cab ride with 100. I open the car door and fall onto the sidewalk. Fuck. You okay? He calls. Yeah. I lay there for a second, staring up at the night sky, waiting for the world to stop spinning. It's clear and there are a few stars shining down, winking at me. It's peaceful. Persnickety for the win. Does he treat his wife with respect? That's the sign he's truly shipping. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yes. I completely love it. Yes, that would indeed be the Oh my god. I'm laying on the sidewalk. Get up, Gray. A man looms over me, blotting out the light from the lantern, and for a moment, a chill grips my heart. Here. He offers me his hand. Oh, he's here to help. Cab guy? Maybe. He hauls me to my feet. One too many, eh? Yeah, more than one, I think. I make a half-assed attempt to brush myself down, and the driver climbs back into his car, turning around. I start to sway and use forward momentum to stagger into the building and over to the elevator. I'll be okay if I can just get to bed. The elevator doors open and I stumble inside. I punch in the code. The elevator doesn't move. I try again. Nothing. Hell. One more time. I close one eye and jab at the buttons. That does the trick. The doors slide shut and the elevator hums, indicating some movement on its part. No, wait. Everything is moving. I lean against the wall and close my eyes to stop the spinning. The ping sounds. I'm here. I open my eyes and stumble out into the foyer. Fuck. I bump into something. Who the hell moved the foyer table? Shit. Placing my hands on the table, I steady myself, but it fucking moves again. The scraping sound grating on what's left of my nerves. Shit. I make it to the double doors. Christian, are you okay? I look up and there she is, dressed like a goddess on the silver screen. Anna, my own Aphrodite, my wife. My heart fills with love and light. She's so beautiful. Mrs. Gray. The door jamb holds me up. You look mighty fine, Anastasia. You slurring her name. Oh god, I'd be throwing his ass on the nearest couch and then going to bed and locking the door. Suddenly she's closer and I have to squint to bring her into focus. Where have you been? She sounds worried. Oh no, I mustn't tell her. She'll be mad as hell. I bring my fingers to my lips. Shh. I think you'd better come to bed. There's no way in fucking hell, after what he said, the way he acted, and then storming out in a rage, leaving me to cry and stress and worry for several hours without a word, and now he comes home so fucking drunk he can't stand up. Hell no, he's not sleeping in my bed. You're lucky I don't just let you pass out on the floor. Head. With Anna. There's nowhere I would rather be. With you. I give her my best smile, but she's frowning. Let me help you to bed. Lean on me. Would she even be able to support him, like, given their size difference? Yes. Ah! Jinx! Trey deserves the couch and leave him on the floor. Yes. Yes, because he totally deserves it. Water good. Itchy. She wraps her arms around my middle and I lean against her, catching the scent of her hair. Nectar. You're very beautiful, Anna. Christian, walk. I'm going to put you to bed. She's so bossy, but I want her happy. Okay. We move. Together. Down the corridor, one slow step at a time. And then we're in our bedroom. Bed. It's a most welcome sight. Yes, bed, Anna says. Her face is a blur, but it's still lovely. I hold her to me. Join me? Christian, I think you need some sleep. Oh no. And so it begins. I've heard about this. Heard about what? Oh god, he's drunk as fuck and he's still gonna be a jagoff. Babies mean no sex. Okay. No, it doesn't. I'm sure there comes a point in the pregnancy where, you don't want any anymore because everything is uncomfortable and everything sucks and you're not feeling sexy and, like, physically it's, a little impossible. But, ugh. And also in some, like, religious bullshit, they think, oh, once she's pregnant, we shouldn't have sex until after the baby's born, or that it's somehow bad for the baby. And it's like, no, it's not. I'm sure that's not true. Otherwise, we'd all come from one-child families. There's also that. Mrs. Gray has an answer for everything with her smart mouth. You're funny. You're drunk. Yes, very. To forget. There you are, you little shit. Come on, Christian, Anna says. Gentle, compassionate Anna. Let's get you into bed. Suddenly I am on the bed. It's so comfortable. I should just stay here. Yes, getting up, not a good idea. She stands over me dressed in silk or satin, as tempting as Eve herself. I hold my arms out to her. Join me. Let's get you undressed first. Naked. With Hannah. Now you're talking. Dude, as drunk as you are and as horny as you perpetually are, I'm willing to bet you probably couldn't get it up right now. Sit up. Let me take your jacket off. The room is spinning. Christian, sit up. I smile up at her. Mrs. Gray, you're a bossy little thing. Yes, do as you're told and sit up. She places her hands on my hips, on her hips. She's trying to look stern, I think, but she just looks lovely. My wife, my beloved wife. Slowly I wrestle with the bed to sit up. I win. She grabs my tie. I think she's trying to undress me. She's close. So close. I drink in her unique scent. You smell good. You smell of hard liquor. I'm sure he's breathing bourbon all over her. Yes. Bun. Oh shit. The room is a carousel again. To keep myself anchored to the bed, I rest my hands on Anna, and the spinning slows. Her nightgown is warm and soft and augmenting to her body heat. I like the feel of this fabric on you, Anastasia. You should always be in silk or satin. Of course, it's not just her now. I jerk her closer. I want to talk to Junior. We're doing the talking to the belly thing when she's like 5 minutes pregnant. You know, the baby doesn't have ears yet. We need some ground rules. And we have an invader in here. You're going to keep me awake, aren't you? Nice to refer to your unborn child as an invader. Hannah's hands are in my hair. I raise my face up to her. My Madonna. Mother of my child. And in that moment, I tell her my darkest fear. You'll choose him over me. Okay, I'm sorry, but you are an immature, whiny little brat if you are pulling that crap. Christian, you don't know what you're talking about. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not choosing anyone over anyone. And he might be a she. A she. Oh, God. A girl. A baby girl. No. The room won't stop spinning and I fall back on the bed. Yeah, seriously, which would be worse for him? A boy or a girl? Oh, I think we're getting a flashback. Maybe Mia with her shock of dark hair and watchful eyes. Anna holds her. There's a light breeze on my face. It's cooling in the sunshine. We're in the orchard. Anna's face radiates with love as she smiles down at Mia, and the name Sad Eyes to me. She walks away, not turning back to look as I stand watching her. She doesn't look back. She continues and disappears into the garage at the Heathman. She doesn't look back. Every sinew, every bone, every atom of my marrow is aching. No. I want to call out, but I can't speak. I have no words. I'm curled up on the floor. Bound, gagged, aching, everywhere. The clip of red-heeled stilettos echoes off the flagstones. So you got drunk again. Elena's wearing a strap-on and wielding a long, thin cane. No. No. This will be hard to take. I'm sorry. I didn't say you could speak. Her tone is clipped, formal. I brace myself, digging deeper. She trails the cane down my spine and suddenly it disappears from my skin, offering me a brief respite before she strikes me across my back. Never been a fan of doing any kind of caning across the back because it's just too easy to cause injury. I mean, I know it's some people's thing, but it's just, I'm not comfortable with it. I take a deep breath as I embrace its fiery bite across my skin. She pokes the tip of the cane at my skull. Pain radiates through my head. The door crashes open, and his bulk fills the frame. Elena screams, and screams, and screams. The sound splitting my head in two. He's here, and he hits me. A good left hook to my jaw. My skull explodes with pain. Shit. So that was probably some version of Elena's husband catching the two of them in the act. Or like his amalgamation of a few different things. My eyes crack open and light slices through my brain like a scalpel. I shut them immediately. Fuck. My head. My throbbing, aching head. What the hell? Yeah, dude, you're going to be insanely hungover, probably for a couple days. I'm laying on top of the bed, cold and stiff, dressed. Why? I open my eyes again, slowly this time, allowing the daylight to creep in. I'm home. What happened? I struggle to remember, but something, a misdeed maybe, is chafing on my conscience. Gray, what did you do? Slowly my mind draws back the curtains on last night, revealing some of my transgressions. Drinking. A keg full. I sit up too quickly. My head swims and bile rises in my throat. I force it down while I rub my temples, racking what's left in my brain to recall what happened. Vague images of the previous evening flash fuzzy and malformed through my head. Red wine and bourbon. What was I thinking? The baby. Fuck. I lift my head to check on Anna, but she's not here. It's obvious she didn't sleep in this bed last night. Okay, so at least she didn't like sleep next to him, but again, I still would not have put him in the master bed. No way. No way in hell. That's my bed. You're a jerk. Where is she? I take stock of myself. No injuries, but I'm still in yesterday's clothes, and I stink. Hell, did I drive Anna away? What time is it? I glance at the clock. It's 7:05. Shakily, I get to my feet, which are bare. I don't remember removing my socks. I rub my forehead. Where is my wife? Unease yawns in my gut, accompanied by the burning sense of guilt. Tam, what did I do? You sure you want an answer to that? My phone is on the nightstand. I pick it up and stagger to the bathroom. Anna's not there, nor is she in the spare room. Mrs. Jones is in the kitchen. She gives me a cursory glance and then returns to her work. Anna is nowhere to be seen. Good morning, Gail. Anna? I haven't seen her, sir. Her tone is arctic. Mrs. Jones is pissed. Yeah, probably because she heard the way you were fucking acting and then knows how you came home last night. At me. Why? Yeah, why would she be mad at you? And do you think your whole staff doesn't fucking know? Ignoring her, I check the library. Nothing. My unease blooms. Studiously avoiding Gail's frosty glaze, I head back through the living room to check my study and the TV room. Anna's not in there either. Fuck. In spite of feeling like shit, I hurry back through the living room, bolt upstairs, and check both of the guest rooms. No Anna. She's gone. She's fucking gone. I dash downstairs, ignoring the stabbing at my temples, and burst into Taylor's office. He looks up surprised, I think. Anna. His face is impassive. I haven't seen her, sir. For fuck's sakes, we have how many security personnel in here? Where the fuck is my wife? I explode and my head pounds. I close my eyes as Taylor's face pales. Shit. Get a grip, Gray. Okay, it is not their, fault that, you didn't... Okay, again, he is pretty much admitting right now that he expects his security to keep his wife hostage. That they are to know where she is and be ready to report on her whereabouts and activities at all freaking times. Because now he's yelling at them for not knowing where she is. Yeah, his father, Elena's husband, the boogeyman, we aren't told, so it's hard to equate it to any kind of threat. A better writer wouldn't leave it so ambiguous. Yeah, because it was a consistent, series of events. He was clearly reliving a past session, but then it, just went off the rails, of course. Where is she? She's had an early morning meeting with her divorce attorney if this had any connection to reality. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've almost made that joke like so many times. Oh, and I have to take these off because I need the ladies' room. And that's really hard to do with handcuffs on. Ugh. When you pissed off people you pay to like you, you done fucked up, son. Yes, true. I don't think he cares if he's liked as long as he's obeyed. Oh, why is my nose running? I will be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. First dinosaur you fell in love with when you had that, phase as a kid of loving dinosaurs after seeing Jurassic Park. Hey, Land Before Time. Oh, I love those. They made me cry. There's a lot of them. Like I can remember seeing at least 5 of those when I was a kid. At least. And they're still making them. They never stopped. They just, went directly to video. Stegosaurus. Oh, mine was the Brontosaurus, but people used to make fun of me, so I would lie and say it was Triceratops. You weren't a kid when Jurassic Park was released. Okay, so you were a teenager. That's okay. Land Before Time. Yeah, Land Before Time was great, but the first one made me cry a lot, and then my mom didn't want me to watch it anymore. And persnickety, is Sam O'Neill a dinosaur? Or is that the name of somebody in Jurassic Park? Ugh, itchy. Right, his security has failed to keep his wife hostage. Turn in your pop culture card, Sam O'Neill. I know the name, it's just not placing in my head right now. He's the lead actor in the fucking movie. Wait, did he play the owner of Jurassic Park, the old guy? I don't think I ever knew his name. Oh, I know who you mean. The guy who played the actual paleontologist. Yes, I know. Yes. Now I'm registering. And yes, I do know Sam O'Neill. And how did I not put together for all these years that the guy the guy who was in Jurassic Park is also, I believe, if my brain is making the appropriate connection, also plays Merlin in my favorite version of Merlin. The one with Martin Short and Helena Bonham Carter. Not Miss Babylon, the other one. That's actually David Attenborough? I never knew that. Like, I know who David Attenborough is, but I've only ever heard his voice, and I didn't put together that he was the creator guy from Jurassic Park. I didn't know he was an actor. And yes, it's the guy from Merlin. I love that version. It's so good. Did she go out? I ask in as measured a tone as I can manage. There's nothing in the log, sir. They're keeping a log of when she comes and goes from her own home? That is disgusting. That's grounds for divorce right there. I can't find her. I'm at a loss. He casts his eyes over the CCTV monitors. All the vehicles are accounted for, and no one can get in. I blanch as I grasp his meaning. Has she been kidnapped? Yes, somebody broke into your extremely well-protected, now, kinda, home and just silently kidnapped her while like 3 other people were asleep in the place and nobody noticed? I don't think so. Taylor notices my expression. No one can get in, sir. He repeats for emphasis. Yeah, why do we think Gray is not going to believe this? And I bet I know where she is. Layla Williams and Jack Hyde got in, I snap. So now he's going full conspiracy theorist. He's gone fully down the rabbit hole. Miss Williams had a key and Ryan let Hyde in, Taylor counters. I'll check the apartment, Mr. Gray. I nod and follow him out into the hallway. She wouldn't leave, would she? I rack my addled, aching brain and recall a vision of Anna from last night, I think, dressed in the softest satin, fragrant and beautiful and smiling down at me. Taylor heads off to our bedroom, no doubt to look there, and I don't stop him. I might have missed something. My phone. I could call her. Wait, there's a text from her in very shouty capitals. This is all in capitals. Yeah, again, no one can get in again. She wouldn't leave. She's not that smart. Yes, we're snickety. That's true, because she should have left him a lot of times ago. But he's got an all caps text from her. Would you like Mrs. Lincoln to join us when we eventually discuss this text she sent you? It will save you running to her afterwards, your wife. With a forwarded attached text, it was good to see you. I understand now. Don't fret. You'll make a wonderful father. Yeah, now she's going to kill him. Oh shit. Anna's been reading my text. When? How dare she? How dare she? How dare she? You drunken fucking asshole. How dare she? When you ran off to see your ex-mistress, got trashed with her, and told her your wife is pregnant. Oh my god. Anger flares inside me because of course he's angry at everything. Everything is her fault. He never takes responsibility for his actions. Ever. Ever. Nothing is ever his fault. Not like she couldn't just walk out in the street. No, it has to be a kidnapping. Yep. Yeah, it can't be she just left of her own accord. No, because security would have stopped her because that's what he's really paying them for. And she didn't read your text. You left your phone open. Yes. True. Because I'm sure she doesn't know the password to his phone. My stomach does not like me tonight. I press call and Anna's phone rings. And rings and fucking rings. Eventually it diverts to voicemail. Where the hell are you? I snarl into my BlackBerry. Furious that she's been reading my texts. Furious that she knows about Elena. Furious with Elena. But most of all, I'm furious at myself. And at the clawing fear that threatens to choke me. She's missing. Hannah, where the fuck are you? Perhaps she's left me. Only if she had a brain, which she doesn't. Where would she go? Kate, of course. I call Kavanaugh. Hello? Kate answers after several rings, her voice thick with sleep. It's Christian. Christian, what is it? Is Anna okay? Kate is fully awake and instantly adopts her familiar badgering tone, which I do not need right now. Shut up! You deserve whatever you get. She's not with you? I ask. No. Should she be? No, don't worry. Go back to sleep. Chris, I hang up. Yeah, so now you got the roommate worried because you wouldn't be calling looking for her unless something was wrong. And also keep in mind, she's engaged to your brother, so count down until he calls because she called him. My head is pounding and my wife is missing. What the hell is this? I'm in hell. I try Anna's phone and again it diverts to voicemail. I storm into the kitchen where Gail is making coffee. Can you get me some Advil, please? I'm as gracious as a man with a missing wife can be. She stifles a smile. Is she smiling because I'm suffering? Yes! I'd be banging every pot and pan together. I scowl at her as she wordlessly places a container of Advil on the counter and turns to fill a glass of water, leaving me to struggle with the childproof lid. Eventually, I manage to pry 2 tablets from the plastic tub as a stony-faced Mrs. Jones places water in front of me. Glaring up at her, I tip both pills into my mouth, and she turns back to the stove. I take a sip. Hell, the water is lukewarm. It tastes awful. I glower at her. She's done this on purpose. Slamming the glass down on the counter, I turn and stomp back upstairs to look for Anna, hoping that the capsules will settle the storm in my head. You know what? Lukewarm water is not the end of the fucking world, you fucking idiot. Like, he's such an asshole. Like, even though I'm sure he pays very, very well because he would have to, I'm still amazed that he keeps a staff for more than like a week because he's such a jerk. Like, at some point, the pain is there, the money is not worth it. Taylor is emerging from what was the submissive's room. He looks grim. I try the playroom door. It's locked. But in my frustration, I rattle it anyway just to make sure and bellow Anna's name down the corridor. I immediately regret raising my voice as pain laces through my head. Any luck? I asked Taylor. No, sir. I checked the gym and roused Sawyer and Ryan. They're searching the staff quarters. Good. We need a plan. We'll meet downstairs. Back in the kitchen, we're joined by Sawyer and Ryan. Ryan looks like he's had less sleep than me. Mrs. Gray is missing. I growl at them. Sawyer, check the CCTV footage and see if you can track her movements. Ryan, Taylor, let's search the apartment again. All of them look shocked, their eyes wide, their mouths dropping open. Yeah, because how is she missing? And again, there is one locked room in this house that he was just at. Gee, do I think that after he's drunk and the way that he was acting, she might have wanted to lock herself in the only secure room in the place that he has a key to, and maybe you should check? Furious, your wife found out about the shit thing you did. Yes, this is true. Yeah, because he's only pissed off because he got caught. Like, he's not regretting or feeling bad for what he did or the way he acted. He's pissed off she found out about it. Calls Kate in a panic, is annoyed that Kate showed concern about you calling before the crack of dawn. Yeah. That bitch served him tap water. Yes, she did. Hey, he deserves it. Struggling with a childproof lid is accurate. This is true. Because yelling for your wife is the best solution here. Yeah, no. He deserves everything he gets here and more. Yeah. Just randomly screaming her name through the apartment. That's just gonna make her come running and fall into your drunken arms. What? A movement from the corner of my eye catches my attention. It's Anna. Thank Christ, she's here. For a moment, my relief is overwhelming, but as Anna stands and surveys us, I see she's cool and distant in and her eyes wide, but with the telltale dark circles beneath. She's wrapped in a duvet, small, pale, and utterly beautiful, and mad as hell. As I drink her in, a sense of foreboding creeps up my spine, raising all the hair on the back of my head. She squares her narrow shoulders, raises her chin in that stubborn way she does, and completely ignoring me, addresses Luke. Sawyer, I'll be ready to leave in about 20 minutes. She tightens the duvet around her, keeping her chin high. Oh, Anna, I'm just so glad she's still here. She hasn't left me. Because as we've established, she has no sense of self-preservation. Would you like some breakfast, Mrs. Gray? Gail asked in such a sweet, salacious tone that I turned to look at her in surprise. Her eyes slide to me as frigid as ever. Yeah, they all know what an ass you were. They heard you. Hannah shakes her head. I'm not hungry, thank you. Her voice is soft and clear, but her expression is implacable. She's not eating, and is she not eating in order to punish me? Is that what this is? But now, but now is not the time for that argument. Where were you? I ask, amused. Behind me, there's a sudden burst of activity as my staff make themselves scarce. I ignore them as does Anna. She turns and heads down our bedroom, towards our bedroom. Anna, answer me. Don't fucking ignore me. Oh, dude, if ignored is the worst you get, you got off easy. I follow in her stately wake down the hallway to our suite, until she turns into our bathroom, shuts the door, and locks it. Shit. Anna. I thump on the door and then try the handle. Domestic violence much? Anna, open the damn door. Go to hell. Why is she doing this? Because I walked out last night? Because I saw Elena? Well, dude, if you already know the answer, like, why are you expecting anything different right now? Let her be. Go away, she shouts over the sound of gushing water from the shower. Yeah, that's what I've been telling him too. Fuck off. Leave me alone. Not going anywhere. Suit yourself. Hannah, please. I rattle the door once more in an effort to express my anger, but I feel nothing except impotent rage. How dare she lock the door? Really? Really, asshole? Really? Fucking really? Okay, the handcuffs are coming off at the end of this page because that's 20 pages and that's half, so the handcuffs are only sponsored for half, so they will be coming off, and thank God, because wow, do I need to drink, and it's a lot easier without the cuffs on. But if anybody is considering donating for me to chug tonight, please do so. Because, oh, I need to be drunk to not set this whole book on fire right now with the power of my mind. It takes all my self-control not to break it down. But given her attitude and my headache, that probably wouldn't be a wise choice. The fact that you're considering it, though. Like, okay, I can at least do this. Here. Come here. The fact that you are considering breaking down the door. Okay. Haven't shown off our red flag in a while. Big, big, big freaking red flag. Epic red flag. Why is she so mad? You want the full list or just the cliff notes? She's mad after the 10-fingered, 10-toed bombshell she dropped on me? Or is it because I got drunk? Deep down, I know the problem. Elena. Why couldn't Mrs. Lincoln keep her thoughts to herself? I knew it was a mistake to see her. I knew it in the bar. This is a fuck up, Gray. Okay, dude, she's not just mad at you about Elena. She's mad at you about everything before you went to see Elena, and you getting drunk and stupid, and everything you said, and the way you screamed and yelled at her, and the way you reacted to a baby, and the disgusting, horrible things you said, what you accused her of, and the way you acted and then stormed out and made her worry half the fucking night. That's what she's mad at you for. Well, as my mother always likes to say, it takes two to tango. The book is almost becoming self-aware. Wives get mad at their husbands all the time, don't they? This is normal, surely. I scowl at the locked door. No, this is not normal. Her hiding in the bathroom with the door locked while you pound on it and scream in rage? No, not normal, nor acceptable. This is called the police. My husband needs to be taken away for the day. We need to be separated. I need him somewhere else because I'm pregnant and locked in the bathroom and he's pounding on the door, screaming at me. What can I do? Find your happy place. Flynn's words invade my thoughts as I lean against the wall. Well, my happy place is not fucking standing here. My happy place is in the shower. But I don't have a choice. My head is thumping. At least the sound of rushing water from the shower is less painful than my shouting. Otherwise, it's all quiet. I contemplate going to have a shower myself, in the spare room. But she might duck out on me. Sighing, I run my hand through my hair, reconciled to waiting for Mrs. Gray. Again. Like I always do. When the fuck has he ever waited for her, ever? The guy who has physically hauled her around, dragged her out of places, and thrown her over his shoulder when she was walking too slow. When has he ever waited for her? My mind drifts to the previous evening, to Elena. What did we talk about? As I try to remember, my sense of unease returns. What did we discuss? My business. Yes. Her business, Isaac, the fact that Anna wants kids. I didn't actually tell Elena that Anna was pregnant, did I? No, thank Christ. Spawn, I snort. That's the term Elena used. And she apologized. Now that is a first. Oh my god. Yeah, you. Oh, he's the worst, and then some. But these unfortunately and very, very sadly have to come off because rules are rules, even though I don't like them. Even though I would like to keep them on for the rest of the time, I have to be fair. It's been way too long since I spent an entire night in cuffs. I will say sleeping in handcuffs takes some getting used to. There's a trick or two. But on the whole, not so bad. See, these are the kind of marks I wish I could have like all the time, but they fade so quickly. Like you'll see, they'll be half gone by the time we even finish, which is just not fair. Okay, let's catch up on the chat. Those kids are going to be so traumatized when they sneak into the playroom expecting it to be filled with toys. Oh, God. Because you know it's going to happen. There are no secrets in a house with little kids. They know everything. And especially, if there's a room that's locked that they're never supposed to go in, I'm betting they're like 4 the first time they steal the key out of Daddy's pocket. Be more concerned what Gray will do to the kids when he finds out they snuck in the playroom. Yeah, true. Because what do we think his views on corporal punishment for children are? Maybe instead of rage, he should be expressing his sincere remorse. Yeah, the problem is he doesn't have any. He doesn't seem in the least bit regretful, remorseful, or anything for what the fuck he's done. He's only doubling down on everything being her fault. And how dare she be mad at me just because I'm the worst? Sons will be fine. You have to worry about what he'll do to a daughter in the playroom, especially if she has the misfortune of looking like her paternal grandmother. Yeah, we've had this conversation before. Yeah, what if he has a daughter, that also has brown hair, brown eyes, and disobeys him? Yeah, I wouldn't be leaving her alone with Daddy. Let's just say that. When your main character makes a fake plotted plan, look self-aware. Yes. Yes. It's like, yeah, like, because he says he knows she's gonna be mad at him, and now he's acting like this when, shocker, turns out she's mad at him. Like, he hasn't even apologized for all the disgusting, horrible, horrible, horrible things that he said. He has not even begun to apologize just for the screaming at her, the accusing her of getting pregnant on purpose, the you're going to choose him over me, the how dare you, the how could you be so stupid? He's going to have to work that off for a while. Like, and then there's all the rest. But let's just start with apologizing for taking what should have been a really happy moment, which, like, she clearly knew that he was going to lose it. That's why she's been upset. That's why she's been sad. And that's why she didn't, like, make a big show of telling him, because she knew it wasn't going to be welcome news. He waited for her to sign the contract. Oh, wait, that never actually happened. This is true. You know their daughter will be a hellion in her teen years, sneaking out, ditching her useless security. Oh, God, yeah. God, yeah. He's going to put an ankle monitor on his kids. I swear to God. Or, like, RFID chips in their arms. That's a thing. Some parents actually do that, because you can implant RFID chips into people now, like the same way they do in dogs and cats. There are people who do that to their kids. So he will definitely be one of them. Like, I'm amazed he hasn't done it to his wife yet. Like, this is 2011, so the technology is maybe a little rudimentary, but nowadays certainly quite common. First drink of the evening, Nastrovia. Really want to down the entire glass. And someone is playing with marbles on the ceiling. But at least there's no smoke alarm going off. I haven't heard it in a couple days, thank God. I think the fire department got their point across. And yes, I wound up calling the fire department about the smoke alarm that was dying for a week straight, because the building said they dealt with it. And it did shut up for like an hour and a half, and then it came back on again, and I was just like, fuck it, I'm over this. So I called the fire department. They showed up with the quickness. I wasn't expecting them to come even the same night. They were here in like 10 minutes. So I'm guessing it was a really, really slow night for them. But they got to see Bo, and Bo got to be petted by firemen. And he got probably the biggest compliment he has ever gotten in his puppy life. Because one of the firemen said, he's got a big bark for a little dog. And they loved on him, and he was so happy. Persnickety, he'll make his kids get the COVID vaccine since Bill Gates put GPS tracking devices in them. Yes. Yes, but it'll also make the children magnetic. Oh, I'm never forgetting that clip. Ever, 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 ever. What else did we talk about? There was something hovering at the edge of my consciousness. Damn, why did I get so drunk? I loathe being out of control. I loathe drunks. A darker memory surfaces, not from last night. One that I try to bury. That man. The crack horse fucking pimp. Drunk on cheap liquor and whatever he could jack into his system, and the crack horse system. Fuck. This is not my happy place. A cold sweat breaks out over my skin as I recall the stench emanating from his unwashed body, and from the Camel cigarette jammed between his teeth. I take a deep, long breath to quell my rising panic. It's in the past, Gray. Stay calm. The door clicks open, and I open my eyes to see Mrs. Anastasia Gray wrapped in 2 towels emerging from the bathroom. She strides right past me as if I'm invisible and disappears into the closet. I follow her and stand on the threshold, watching as she ever so casually selects her outfit for the day. Okay, don't do the following her around thing, dude. Leave her alone. Go away. She doesn't want to see you right now. You're a big jerk. Are you ignoring me? I think she's made that abundantly clear. Disbelief is evident in my voice. Oh yes, how dare she ignore you just because you are the worst. Perceptive, aren't you? She mutters as if I'm some kind of afterthought. I watch her, helpless. What do I do? Well, you could start by saying I'm sorry. How about you start there? Her clothes are in her hands as she waltzes towards me and halts, finally looking me in the eye, a get out of my way asshole expression on her face. I really am in deep shit. I've never seen her this mad, except maybe that time she threw a hairbrush at me on the Fair Lady. I step out of her way, when really all I want to do is grab her, press her against the wall, and kiss her. Kiss her senseless, then bury myself inside her. Yes, because God forbid I acknowledge her feelings, her very rightful and justified feelings. No, I'm in a bad mood, and all I ever want to do is fuck when I'm in a bad mood because it makes me feel better. And she is the stress release ball slash fuck doll that I do that with. So I don't care about her feelings right now. I just want to use her body to make myself feel better. But I follow her like a fucking lapdog into the bedroom. Hey, don't get down on good boys. Lapdogs are good. Even when they're overgrown puppies who think they're a lapdog and they're not, but they try really hard to make themselves fit in your lap. Into the bedroom and stand in the doorway as she saunters over to her chest of drawers. How can she be so nonchalant? Look at me, I will her. She loosens the towel that's cloaked around her body and drops it to the floor. My dick stirs in response, making me angrier. How are you getting aroused at this moment? Like, seriously. I realize he's saying she's naked in front of him. I get it. But how the fuck. Christ, she's beautiful. Her flawless skin, the soft flare of her hips, the swell of her behind, and her long, long legs that I want wrapped around me. Her body shows no signs of the invader yet. Christ, I have no idea how pregnant she is. Well, you could ask, but at the moment I think she'd probably throw something at your head and you'd deserve it. Shit. I put Junior out of my mind. How long will it take me to get her into bed? Really? 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 He's actually gonna make a fucking move? He's actually gonna try to stop her from going to work just so he can have sex with her purely to make himself feel better when she is furious with him, and rightly fucking so. This is taking a lack of accountability to like a whole other level. He is actively thinking about how do I get her in bed right now rather than deal with anything, including the fact that she is not going to be inclined to give you sex right now. Yes, no insulting the doggos. He is a lower order animal compared to them. He gets aroused by waking up in the morning. It doesn't take much. Yeah. No, seriously. How pregnant is she? We don't know. Well, you've known her about 2 months, so probably less than 2 months. Yeah, true. Like, seriously, dude, do some basic math. He's still fine with drugging her into bed. Yeah, completely. Completely. And also we know he's into, no means yes fantasies, CNC, which is consensual, non-consensual for anyone who doesn't know. So he might very well take that to the next level of, she actually means no, but he doesn't care. Do we put it past him? No, not at all. Ever. I put nothing past him. Ever, 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 ever. Oh. Gray, no, keep it together. So at least his subconscious is telling him, not the time, dude. She's still ignoring me. Why are you doing this? I try to hide the desperation in my voice. Why do you think? She fishes some lingerie out of a drawer. Anna, my breath catches in my throat as she bends and tugs on her panties, wiggling her fine, fine ass. She's doing this on purpose. No, she's getting dressed. In spite of my aching head and my filthy mood, I want to fuck her. Now, just to make sure we're okay. My growing erection concurs. Okay, having sex does not make everything okay. And that is such a teenage thought, because that is often the coda in teenage relationships of, as long as we end up in bed and we're still having sex, then everything is fine, right? No! Go ask your Mrs. Robinson. I'm sure she'll have an explanation for you. She rifles through her drawer, dismissing me as if I'm some fucking lackey. As I thought, it's Elena. Yeah, it's everything you did before Elena, too, believe me. What did you expect, Gray? Anna, I've told you before, she's not my... I don't want to hear it, Christian. Anna holds up her hand. The time for talking was yesterday, but instead you decided to rant and get drunk with the woman who abused you for years. Give her a call. I'm sure she'll be more than willing to listen to you. What? Hannah chooses her bra, the black lacy one, and slides it on and fastens it. I stride further into the room and place my hands on my hips, glaring at her. She's crossed a line. She's crossed a line. She's crossed a line. Let me make sure I read that correctly. And I hope this is a typo. She's crossed a line. She's crossed a line? Really? 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 Look behind you, asshole. Why are you snooping on me? I can't believe she went through my texts. Your phone was on, you fucking asshole. And by the way, he wants to be self-righteous about her supposedly invading his privacy, which didn't happen. You have security keeping a logbook of when she leaves and enters her own home. Security that you expect to have tabs on and report on her whereabouts and every move, action, and sound at any time during the day, and you apparently also expect them to keep her hostage in the apartment when you're home. You want to talk about privacy? That's not the point, Christian, she hisses. Fact is, the going gets tough and you run to her. It wasn't like that. I'm not interested. She stalks over to the bed while I gaze at her. Lost. She's so cold. Who is this woman? You did this. You did this, asshole. You did this. Sitting down, she stretches out, long, shapely legs, points her toes, and slowly eases one thigh high up over her shin. My mouth goes from parched to desert as I watch her hands glide up her leg. Where were you? It's the only coherent sentence I can form. Ignoring me, she pulls on the other thigh high with the same slow, sensual ease. Then she stands, turns away from me, and bends over to towel dry her hair, her back in a perfect curve. It takes every remaining shred of my self-control not to grab her and toss her into the bed while she beats you to death with the blow dryer. Like, what do you think what is the next sentence in that? If he did, right now, grab her and throw her on the bed like he wants to, do we think he's going to stop if she says stop? She stands up straight again, flicking her thick, wet mane of chestnut hair, so it cascades down her back below her bra line. Answer me, I murmur, but she merely stalks back to the chest of drawers, picks up her hairdryer, and switches it on. wielding it like a weapon. The noise grates on my frayed nerves, unraveling them further. What do I do when my wife ignores me? I'm at a loss. Hey, she could ask you, where were you all night, too? She rakes her fingers through her hair as she dries it, and I fist my hands to stop myself from reaching out to her. I'm desperate to touch her and end this nonsense. Wow, there's a statement. End this nonsense. Because how dare she be mad at me for acting like the world's biggest jerk and saying all the horrible things that I said and going out with Elena and coming home so drunk I can't stand up. Yeah, how dare there be consequences for your actions? She's overreacting. All he did was shit on the idea of having a child with her, blame her for the baby, got plastered, and ran to his ex-lover. Yeah, why is she so mad at him? He 100% has access to her phone, but she probably doesn't know. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's definitely got, like, all the spy gear and, like, has cloned her phone. 100%. 100%. We know this because it's the BlackBerry that he gave her. So definitely he has access and reads all her email and all her texts. This is a scorned Anna, and Gray is lucky she's like this. Otherwise, his entire existence would be erased in a heartbeat with the rays of 1,000 suns. Yeah. Like, there are so many women that he would be catching it so much worse. Like, if all you're getting is ignored and the silent treatment, be very, very grateful. That is your cue to shut up and stay out of her way. I'm desperate to touch her and end this nonsense. But the memory of her hissing at me with such venom after the belting in the playroom comes to mind. So that's what he was thinking of doing to end this. You are one fucked up son of a bitch. I pale. I don't want a repeat of that. So he was literally just considering forcing her to have sex and possibly beating her with a belt to get her to stop treating him like this because he doesn't like it, even though he more than deserves it. He's literally in his head going, yeah, I could do that, but she was pretty not okay with it before, so I probably don't want to do that again. This is the logic we're at right now. Ever. I watch her, wordless and mesmerized. It was only a few days ago she let me dry her hair. She finishes with a flourish, her hair a riotous crown of chestnut streaked with red and gold that tumbles down over her shoulders. She is doing this on purpose. The thought revives my anger. He literally thinks her just getting dressed is teasing him. And maybe she is. Maybe she is being a little evil right now and, giving him a bit of look what you can't have. But that's questionable. Where were you? I whisper. What do you care? Anna, stop this. Now. Oh yeah, I order you not to be mad at me anymore. Some men think that works. It doesn't. She shrugs, like she doesn't care, and my blood boils. I move quickly towards her, unsure what I'm going to do, but she whirls to face me like an avenging angel. Don't touch me, she snarls through clenched teeth, and I'm catapulted back to the moment in my playroom when she left. It's sobering. No, it's not. Not enough. Where were you? I clenched my fist to stop my hands from shaking. I wasn't out getting drunk with my ex. Yes, you were. Oh, that was her. She's accusing him. Her eyes blaze with righteous indignation. Did you sleep with her? It's like she punched me in the face. I gasp. What? No. How could she think that? Sleep with Elena? Oh, gee! I wonder! You think I'd cheat on you? Yes! Christ, she thinks so little of me. And you've given her so much cause to think so much more of you, especially with the way you're acting right now. And not twists in my gut and a memory lost in the midst of red wine and bourbon stirs. You did, Anna continues, by taking her very private life and spilling your spineless guts to that woman. Spineless? That's what you think? Jesus, I thought I'd fucked up, but this is so much worse than I feared. Yeah, seriously, what did you think? Take notes, this is what not to do, yes. I would totally be doing the teasing to be mean. Yeah, I might too. I can be petty in that way if I'm mad enough and I want you to suffer. Yes, I could totally be doing the teasing thing too. I have two sisters who have kids. Trust me, I know to never do this. I consider myself lucky I survived what I did. So you have some experience being around the pregnant crazy and the hormones and the I'm going to kill you because you looked at me funny or you ate the last row of Oreos and I'm pregnant craving and now I'm going to kill you. I actually saw that come up on a body cam video where a girl had gotten arrested because your boyfriend literally found her secret stash of Oreos. She's pregnant and he ate her Oreos and she got mad and winged her phone at him. Yeah. Don't do that. The judge told her to get some more Oreos and find a better hiding spot and let her go. How is he not arrested for eating her Oreos? I know. I know. That's how it should be. You chose the wrong time to grab a chocolate bar from the kitchen. Christian, I saw the text. That's what I know. That text was not meant for you. Wow, way to make it worse. Way to make it worse, dude. Like, every time I think he can't make this worse, he does. Because that is like, if I were trying, eyelash, if I were actively trying to think what is the worst possible response, I don't know if I could get to that text was not meant for you. If you hear tiny squeaking sounds, it's the puppy on the couch barking in his sleep. I don't know if it's loud enough for the mic to pick it up, but he's being pretty loud for him. He does bark at a lot of things in his sleep. And recently, for the first time, he growled in his sleep. It was a very bizarre sound. Well, fact is, I saw it when your Blackberry fell out of your jacket while I was undressing you because you were too drunk to undress yourself. See, there you go. She wasn't snooping through your phone. It just appeared on the screen and she saw it. Do you have any idea how much you hurt me by going to see that woman? She doesn't pause for breath. Do you remember last night when you came home? Remember what you said? Hell, no. What did I say last night? I was just mad at you, Anna, shocked by your revelation. I want to say it, but I can't find the words. Like, again, dude, seriously, say some of this out loud. You're not getting out of the doghouse, for several months, but, well, you were right. I do choose this defenseless baby over you. My world grinds to an abrupt halt. What does that mean? It means I'm going to protect myself and the baby from you if necessary. So grow the fuck up. Don't ever act like that again. And I'm going to do what I have to do. Like, there's a reason a lot of women get out of abusive relationships when they find out they're pregnant. This is what makes him such a savvy, successful businessman. Yep. His astute understanding of people. Could not try harder. Making the you don't say face right now. My little Keys would do that. He would bark and growl at things in his sleep. Sometimes his leg would start out. Yeah, Bo does that too. I can tell when he's really happy and running, because he'll get like all four legs going. He'll be dead asleep and he'll be like, yeah, nah, nah, nah. And sometimes I've even seen his tail wag in his sleep, which is the most adorable thing. Mad at her because she had no business getting herself pregnant. There we go. That seems to be where he still is. He's just still pissed off that she got pregnant, acting like he had nothing to do with it, and continuing to be the worst, and just digging the hole deeper every time he opens his mouth. That's what any loving parent does. That's what your mother should have done for you, and I'm sorry that she didn't, because we wouldn't be having this conversation right now if she had. But you're an adult now. You need to grow up and smell the fucking coffee, and stop behaving like a petulant adolescent. There we go. She finally said it. She should have said this to him months ago, and before she let him put a ring on it, but she finally said it. She's on a roll. I frown and gape at her in all her glory. She's naked except for her sensational underwear. Her hair a mahogany cloud spilling down her breasts. Dark eyes wide and desolate. Oh, we don't need this imagery right now. The anger and hurt roll off her in waves, and in spite of all that, she's stunning. And I'm utterly lost. He's still half thinking about sex. Like, dude. You may not be happy about this baby, she exclaims. I'm not ecstatic, given the timing and your less than lukewarm reception to this new life, this flesh of your flesh. But you can either do this with me or I'll do it on my own. The decision's yours. While you wallow in your pit of self-pity and self-loathing, I'm going to work. When I return, I'll be moving my belongings into the room upstairs. She's moving out. She's leaving me. She is choosing the baby over me. No, you fucking ass clown. She is choosing to protect herself and, yes, the baby from you, but she's not actually leaving you yet, or she would say, have my things packed and sent to Kate's. I'll be there until you grow the fuck up and stop acting like this. Yeah, she should have said that the day they met and blocked him. Yes, absolutely, and taken out a restraining order. He's too immature to see past her body, which is why she's still there. That's actually a very good point of view. Moving out. She's moving into a guest room in your house. Yes, exactly. Because she's really mad at you and doesn't want to sleep next to you right now. Panic overwhelms me. It's like a knife in my guts. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to finish getting dressed. My scalp prickles as I edge towards the abyss. She's leaving. I step back. Is that what you want? My voice is a shocked whisper. And again, he's going to extremes. And he's not listening because that's not what she said. But it's what he expected, so he's going to double down on his own black narrative, even though it's not true. Her wounded eyes are impossibly wide as she scrutinizes me. I don't know what I want anymore, she says quietly, and turning back to the mirror, she smooths some face cream over her cheeks. You don't want me. There's no oxygen in the room. I'm still here, aren't I? She says as she opens and applies her mascara. Yeah, dude, listen to that. She is still here. She's not saying she wants a divorce. She's not moving out. She's saying, you are an asshole. I don't want to be around you right now. And you need to figure your shit out. How can she be so cold? You've thought about leaving. The abyss opens and yawns in front of me. When one's husband prefers the company of his ex-mistress, it's usually not a good sign. Her disdain drips from every word and pushes me closer to the abyss. Pursing her lips, she dabs on some lip gloss, oh so fucking casually, while I'm poised on the edge of this awful precipice. Okay, you did this to yourself. I don't feel sorry for him one bit. And we're supposed to feel very, very sorry for him right now. I don't feel sorry for him at all because he deserves everything he's getting and more. It's all entirely his fault, and he still is not taking any accountability, responsibility, nothing. He's just stuck in a web of self-pity and woe is me and everything's her fault and why is she doing this to me and how dare she not let me rage and get drunk and be angry and be awful and still put up with me and give me sex when I want it. How dare she suddenly act like an independent person? She reaches for her boots, strides to the bed and sits down. I watch her completely at a loss. She pulls them on and stands to face me, her hands on her hips, her expression aloof. Fuck. In her boots and lingerie, her wild hair, she's a woman to tame. There's a she's a woman to tame. There's a fucking sentence. A dom's wet dream. My wet dream. My only dream. So yeah, he's still thinking with the downstairs head. I want her. I want to tell her that I want her to tell me that she loves me. The way I love her. You don't love her. You're proving that over and over right now. You possess her. You want to possess her. She's an object. She's property. That's why he repeats, you are mine ad nauseum. Because he wants her to know that she is property. And until now, it's been working. But now she's not acting like, a fuck doll anymore. And he can't take it. Here's his internal monologue. Seduce her, Gray. It's my only weapon. No. I know what you're doing here, I murmur, pitching my voice lower. Do you? Her voice cracks. Is that the chink in her armor? Hope flares briefly in my gut. She feels. Unlike yourself. I can do this. I step forward, but she steps back and holds up her hands, palms toward me. Don't even think about it, Gray. Her words are bullets aimed at my heart for saying she doesn't want to have sex with you right now. When, again, you are such an asshole and have continued to be more and more of a toxic jerk all morning. You're my wife, I murmur. Let's just let the disgusting hang on that. Because he basically just said, you are my wife, therefore you are my property, and if I want to fuck you, I will. That is the translation of that. I really, really could do with chugging a glass of wine right now. Really, really, really good. And of course I got highlighter on my fingers. It was closer to moving in than moving out, that's true. I like that her tantrum is, I'm going to the job at the company you bought so I can have said job. Yes. I know. He needs to drop to his knees and thank her for not leaving, going scorched earth. Yes. Because, God, imagine if she did. Imagine if she not only, like, because obviously their marriage was heavily publicized. It was in the tabloids. They were even followed on their honeymoon. So, yeah. But imagine if, like, within weeks, because it's been, what, maybe 2 full weeks since they returned from their honeymoon? Okay? Maybe 2 full weeks since they got back from honeymoon. If she suddenly leaves him, publicly announces that they're getting divorced or that she is divorcing him, and then does a tell-all interview on like 60 Minutes with Barbara Walters and dishes about his abusive behavior. And she doesn't even have to mention the Red Room or any of the BDSM stuff. Leave all that privately. But just his like everyday abusive crap, including the way he reacted when she said, I'm pregnant. Just that alone. I'm more and more impressed with Jamie Dornan. He really had shit to work. This is true. Yeah, this is true. He did pull off a better performance than some people would have been able to. Though we understand now why, especially the third one. The third one was the hardest one to adapt to movie form, and they had to cut the most out of it and then add things that weren't in the book back in for runtime and to try and humanize him, which didn't really work because it's all truncated at the end. It's all at the end of the movie that we see him like visiting his mother's grave, etc., which never happens in the books. Because yeah, he's just an evil bastard. And that never changes. Yeah, media feeding frenzy. Yeah, it would have it would have been in the headlines for absolutely for months, if not years, because especially if he tried to fight the divorce and they wound up going through divorce court and it got messy and, very public, or if he pulled any of his stalker crap, which, because if she moves into a hotel or rents a house for herself and the baby, and there's reporters outside and he shows up to, try and break down the door and demand that she take him back, that would have just, and we know something like that would have happened because he wouldn't be able to help himself. He'd go there and say, I demand you come home right now. You're my property. You're my wife. You're coming with me. Pack your things and I'll throw you over my shoulder again if I have to. And, then we have tabloid images of him dragging a crying pregnant woman out of the house and stuffing her in a car. Imagine if she got the subs to back her up. Yeah. I bet 1 or 2 of them would. He's had enough of them that I bet 1 or 2 of them, with some years distant between the 2 of them and they've moved on with their lives. Yeah. I bet a few of them would. Or once she goes, and does an interview about she's leaving him and, he's very controlling and he was abusive in this way. But even if she doesn't get into the stuff about the subs or the BDSM, just seeing that might make one of the previous subs come forward and say, oh yeah, I can tell you about Christian Grey and his controlling, demanding behavior. You haven't heard anything yet. And then they give the dish about the BDSM stuff in the Red Room and, that he likes to, whip and beat little brown-haired girls and push them. He said he deliberately pushes them past their breaking point because he likes it when they break down crying. That's what gets him off. That's why he likes it when she cries. Or how about the security person that he fired for letting Layla show up at her office? She was only there a couple weeks, but I bet she could spill some tea. Yeah, NDAs are not valid when it involves a crime, and he probably committed crimes with them. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we know he did illegal background checks on them. And that he keeps and maintains files on them long after they've left him. He still maintains files on his former subs and keeps them current. And he has access to like their bank information and stuff that he should not have access to. You're my wife, I murmur. I'm the pregnant woman you abandoned yesterday, and if you touch me, I will scream the place down. What the fuck? No. You'd scream? You're surprised? Bloody murder. This is too much. Or does she want to play? The fact that he can even have the thought of, is she serious that if I try to have sex with her right now, she will scream? Or is she playing a game with me right now? Maybe she wants me to grab her and let her scream because she wants that right now. How dumb do you have to be? Like, that's not even stupid. That is self-deluded. But he's actually wondering, does she want to play right now? Maybe that's it. That's what she wants. No one would hear you, I murmur. And now I'm looking for the nearest sharp object because I'm absolutely taking that as a threat. Are you trying to frighten me? What? No, never. I back away. That wasn't my intention. How in the fuck did you think that would be taken? Like, because literally what he has done is said, he's looked at her in that I want to fuck you way. She knows it. She told him no. And then said, you're my wife. She threatens to scream. He questions whether she would scream and then says, no one would hear you. And now he's like, what? No, how could you possibly be afraid of me when I just didn't said that while you're trapped in the closet? I'm in free fall. Tell her. Just come clean, Gray. And tell her what? And tell her what? Did Elena reach for me? Her intention clear? I don't think so. Okay, he's not in trouble for Elena making a move on him. That is not his fault. And he did tell her in no uncertain terms, no, never again. But, like, yeah, dude, take some fucking accountability, which he still hasn't done. And apologize a lot. And not with your wallet. I had a drink with someone I used to be close to. We cleared the air. I'm not going to see her again. Believe me, please, Anna. You sought her out? Not at first. I tried to see Flynn, but I found myself at the salon. Anna's eyes narrow, fury smoldering in their depths. And you expect me to believe you're not going to see her again? She raises her voice. What about the next time I step across some imaginary line? This is the same argument we have over and over again. Finally, she's realized. Like we're on some Ixion's wheel. If I fuck up again, if I fuck up again, are you going to run back to her? So now she's referring to her getting pregnant as fucking up, which I don't like. And I don't like that he's making her feel that way, because that's not how you should feel when you're pregnant and should be happy. It's not like that. I'm not going to see her again. She finally understands how I feel. Elena saw me recoil. She knows I don't want her. What does that mean? If I tell her Elena made a pass at me, Anna will go into meltdown. Shit. Why the fuck did you go to see her, Gray? I gaze at my furious, beautiful wife. What can I say? Why can you talk to her and not to me? Anna whispers. He's never talked to you. You don't do talking. That's not part of your relationship. You yell and then you fuck. No, it's not like that. You don't understand. She was my only friend. Again, not saying this out loud, because why would he say something out loud that would be helpful? I was mad at you, like I am now. The words come out in a desperate rush. I don't care if you're mad, that doesn't make it okay. You don't say, Anna shouts. Well, I am mad at you, right now. Mad at you for being so cold and callous yesterday when I needed you. Mad at you for saying I got knocked up deliberately when I didn't. Mad at you for betraying me. I didn't. I should have kept better track of my shots, she continues, quieter. But I didn't do it on purpose. This pregnancy is a shock to me, too. It could be that the shot failed. This is true. Birth control is not 100%. You're shocked. I'm shocked, too. We're not ready for a baby. I'm not ready for a baby. Yeah, this is a man who should never have children. You really fucked up yesterday, she whispers. I've had a lot to deal with over the last few weeks. I fucked up. What about you? Okay, again! She didn't magic the baby out of thin air! You had something to do with it too! Cornered again, I lash out. You really fucked up 3 weeks ago. Or whenever you forgot your shot. Again, stop blaming her stop blaming her. Just stop blaming her. You're such an ass. And you have no ground to stand on, especially not after the way you fucking acted. Well, God forbid I should be perfect like you. Touche, Anastasia. This is quite a performance, Mrs. Gray. You think her being furious at your behavior is a performance? I'd be murdering him just for that. Like, seriously, if she murdered him, if she stabbed him to death with her nail file right now, is there a jury that would convict her? Well, I'm glad that even knocked up I'm entertaining. Fuck this. I need a shower, I grit between my teeth. And I've provided enough of a floor show. It's a mighty fine floor show, I whisper, stepping forward. One more try. She steps back. No dice. The fact that he even tried again to see, like, hey, can we fuck? It'll make me feel better. And I have no regard for your feelings at all. The fact that you're furious and have every right to be. I don't care. I'm not taking any responsibility. He's clearly not going to apologize. He's still blaming her for getting pregnant and putting it 100% on her, which is just not fair. The phrase you're a special kind of stupid, ain't you? Is playing in my head. Yeah. It goes to a different level though. Nothing more romantic than no one will hear you scream. Yes. It never were finer words said to woo a woman. He's right. Why would he even consider being honest with his wife? If they saw video evidence of this exchange, hell no, not a single one. I know. She could totally murder him and get away with it. I bet even Taylor would back her up. She could easily be like, hey, I'm pregnant. I was trapped in the closet. He kept making advances. You know, he wanted to get some. I made it clear I was not in the mood. He wouldn't take no for an answer. I was scared for myself and my baby. Yeah, she could totally get away with just straight up offing him. Again, especially if same deal. Especially if once it hit the papers that, you know, pregnant newbie wife of Christian Grey murders him in violent blah blah blah, and then some of his subs come forward and back her up about what a violent temper he had, and how when he flew into a rage they were afraid of him, and how he used to beat them. Yeah. Good one, persnickety. Taylor would be saying, here's where he forced me to bury the bodies, or he'd offer to bury Gray with the other subs. Yeah, that's an option. We'll just bury him with the other subs. In a couple days, Anastasia reports him missing. There'll be a, manhunt, etc. But he'll never be found. And, Taylor stays and she keeps everyone employed and keeps the gifts coming so everyone keeps their mouth shut. And yep. Ow. Because, yeah, disappearing his body is probably the best bet. Stepping forward one more try, she steps back, no dice. Don't. I hate that you won't let me touch you. Ironic, huh? Dude, you don't have the right to touch her whenever you want, even though he does not know that. He's very unaware of that. Because again, he thought by marrying her, that means I own you and I can do whatever I want whenever I want. That was his understanding of marriage. And he still has not worked out that that's not the case. Though, to be fair, she hasn't really given him any reason to think otherwise because that has been the case. Water up the nose feeling. It's the worst. I hate the water up the nose feeling. Icky. Yes. Dribble the brave into Gray's so-called psychologist and you'd have the complete package. Yes. If the body is found, get the psychologist to testify that, yeah, he had a lot of rage issues and he'd spoken of violent fantasies of hurting his wife before, and yep. Oh, yeah. So that guy's definitely bribable. I gasp as her words slice through me. Who knew she could be such a bitch? Really? Refusing to let you touch her and refusing to let you fuck her purely because, by the way, the only reason you want sex is to make yourself feel better. You want to use her as a fuck doll and a stress relief toy, and that's it. And she's furious at you right now and probably afraid that you will get violent and way too rough, which he definitely would. Yeah, but she's a bitch for not letting you do that right now. My sweet Anna, hurt and aching, unleashing her claws. Is this what I've driven her to? Yes. This is getting us nowhere. We haven't resolved much, have we? Well, that you could be saying that about any day you two have known each other because you never resolve anything. This is why you need to finish a goddamn conversation, finish an argument, but they never do. My voice is bleak and flat. I don't know what else to say. I've failed to turn her around. Again, you took no personal responsibility, no accountability. You were disrespectful, you were rude, you were violent, you frightened her, and you didn't say, I'm sorry, and you didn't say, I am on board with the baby thing, and we're going to make it better, and I'm going to get better, and I'll change, and I'm very sorry, and I shouldn't have gone to Elena, and here's why I did, and blah, blah, blah. You haven't done anything to fix it, and you're just pissed off that she isn't blanket forgiving you because what? Because you said you're my wife and therefore, what? She's just required to forgive you whenever you want because you don't like that she's mad at you? And you can't just order her not to be mad at you, which is basically what he's trying to do? Wasn't this series intended to make him likable? This is the redemption version of events? Yes, for Snickety it is. It is intended to make him likable. It was intended to redeem him and show the world that he's not the abusive monster they had claimed he was for 10 years. Because that's like roughly how long went by between the two of these. Yes, these were intended to make people like Christian Grey and make him more human and relatable and understandable and prove that, see, he's not the abusive very abusive physically, mentally, psychologically, and sexually monster that, the media and anyone who's read it made him out to be for 10 years. No, no, no. This version will make you like him. You'll be on his side when he acts like this. Really. My guy, very sarcastically here. You have zero clue what a bitch truly is. What Anna's doing is nothing. This is also true. Yeah. As somebody who is certified in bitchcraft, and I take great deal of pride in that, this is not being a bitch. This is not even close to being a bitch. Like, he is getting off so easy. Don't know what to say. Try, I'm sorry. Yeah, start there and then go to groveling and begging. Neil James missed the mark to quote Bob Uecker in Major League. She is just a bit outside. Yeah. Well, because she never understood the backlash and the hate in the first place. Whereas, like, wouldn't be a book club if I didn't reference my fanfic that I'm still slowly working on and need to do more. If you don't get the reference, you need to watch the movie. Yes, I probably do. But I know that in the fanfic I am writing, there are people who are going to see my leading male character as a monster. They're going to see him as abusive and manipulative and other things, and you can read it that way. You can. And it's valid, and I understand that. That's not what I intend, and that's not my telling of the story, and I hope that by the end, well, again, I'm writing a story that takes actual thinking, because it's largely told out of chronological order, and you have to be able to put dots together through multiple parts, but I'm hoping that by the end, you figure it out, and realize that what looked one way at the time actually wasn't, now that you have more pieces of the puzzle, and basically, the more you read, the more you gain context that makes past things that seemed awful in the moment, you realize that the way it looked is not the way it was, is the intent. That hopefully I will get to in the last 4 parts. But I am well aware that even with that explanation and the pieces of that and that implied understanding that I hope people figure out, because again, it would take intelligence and thinking to put it together, which not everybody is capable of or wants to do when reading, which is fine. But, my intent is that it is romantic and a love story and about redemption and etc. But if people want to read it the other way as a, monster tale, that's fine. I'm not going to say that they're wrong, because they're not. Often things are a question of perception, but here it's just literally, he is the worst. There is no, not to make a pun out of it, but there's no gray zone here. And he doesn't have, there is no redeeming feature, and they don't have, agreements on things, and he is just a complete jerk. I'd say not, except that I'm moving out of this bedroom. So, she's not leaving me. I grasp onto this hope as I hang over the abyss. One more pitch, Gray. This is your marriage. She doesn't mean anything to me, I whisper. Not like you do. Except when you need her. I don't need her, I need you. You didn't yesterday. That woman is a hard limit for me, Christian. She's out of my life. I wish I could believe you. For fuck's sake, Santa. Please let me get dressed. Sighing, I run my hand through my hair. What can I do? She won't let me touch her. She's too mad. I have to regroup and come up with a different strategy. Yes, trying to fuck away your problems is not a good strategy. Excuse me. And right now I need to put some distance between us before I do something I'll regret. So yeah, the thought of raping her is definitely there. I'll see you this evening. I storm out and into the bathroom, shutting the door behind me. Like her, I lock it. For the first time ever, protecting myself. From what? She's not going to come after you if she hasn't murdered you by now. Anna has the power to wound me like no other. Standing against the door, I tip my head back and close my eyes. I have really fucked up. The last time I really fucked up, she left me. You don't want me. I'm still here, aren't I? I clutch onto that hope. Right now, I need a shower to wash last night's stink off me. The water is blistering. I like it that way. I tilt my face to the steam, welcoming its stinging heat as it douses me. Christ, I'm confused. Nothing is simple where Anna's concerned. Actually, it is. You fucked up. You need to apologize. You need to take back everything you said. And then you need to do nice things and be nice to her and treat her with respect and dignity and like a person. But he doesn't know this. And even if you told him, he would tell you you're an idiot and that, she's chattel and should just do what she's told. I should know that by now. She's mad because I shouted at her and left. She's mad because I saw Elena. This is the first time. We've read almost 30 pages. This is the first time that he's admitting that he's like saying, oh, she's mad at me because of the way I reacted to the news and the horrible things I said. That woman is a hard limit for me, Christian. Elena's been a thorn in Anna's side from the beginning. And now, because of that careless fucking text, she's a thorn in mine. Last night should have put an end to it. All of it. But she had to send that text. Elena's words haunt me. Maybe I could make you feel better. I'm sure you miss it. I shudder at the memory. Shit. What a mess. Yeah, all of your own doing. Oh. He hasn't done anything regrettable yet. Did I say that? Did I accidentally say that? Or did he say that? I don't know. Yeah, it's not the text. The text is not the problem. The text is just how she found out. It's the running off to see her that's the problem. Yes. 100%. Yes. Absolutely, utterly 100%. Oh. Oh no. Whew. Welcome to Hot Flashes. They suck. Oh. If somebody could just drop like 5 ice cubes down my boobs right now. I have this memory in my head of a commercial from when I was a kid that I didn't understand, but now I do. And it was a PSA health ad, and it showed a outside scene in winter, like 4 foot of snow, and how you have the outside thing for the air conditioner, so you put a cover on it in the winter so the snow doesn't get in, and it showed a woman who was sweating profusely running out of her house in shorts and a t-shirt and pulling the cover off the air conditioner and flipping it on, even though we're seeing 4 feet of snow. And it was an ad for you can manage your menopause symptoms, call your doctor and discuss blah blah blah. It was one of those. Now I get it. At least so far mine, well, I've only been getting them for a few weeks, so mine are only a couple minutes long right now, but I know they can last quite a long time, so not looking forward to that. Hill James attempted to write a tragic backstory to make Gray seem damaged and mentally ill, but utterly failed in my opinion. This in no way excuses his immaturity and abusiveness. Yeah, basically she was trying to use, horrific childhood abuse as an excuse for him to become an abuser as an adult, and it was just supposed to be accepted that he's abusive because, oh, he was raised that way, oh, he doesn't know any better, oh, you're supposed to feel sorry for him for this, this, and this. And it's like, no. And also, most people who are abused as children don't grow up and become abusers. That is a myth. That is a complete and total myth, and not a kind one. But it's not an excuse. Like, a lot of people were abused as children. They don't grow up and become this. They don't grow up and act like this and expect to be able to use it as an excuse for their behavior. I think he said he had to leave before he. Yes, yes, he did. Okay, I understand now. Yes, he did say he's leaving before he does anything he regrets. And yes, apparently, according to his own mind, no, he has not done anything regrettable yet. Good for pointing that out. But yeah, he is in his own mind saying, yeah, he hasn't done anything he regrets yet. I remember one PSA where a woman was standing almost naked in a walk-in freezer and still sweating profusely. I forget which menopause treatment it was for, but it was memorable. Yeah, I would like to do that right now. If I had a walk-in freezer or I worked in a restaurant with one, yeah, you'd find me in there occasionally. That would definitely happen. It would be really nice, actually. That sounds really, really, really nice. You know, when we're playing house later, can we have a walk-in freezer? When I emerge from the bathroom, Anna's gone. I'm not sure if I'm relieved or disappointed. Disappointed. With a heavy heart, I dress, choosing my favorite tie as a talisman for the day. It's brought me luck before. In the kitchen, Mrs. Jones is still admitting glacial disapproval. It's irritating and chastening. I think she invented a word, or I'm having an extraordinarily dyslexic moment. Yeah, I'm having a very dyslexic moment, or this isn't a word, because it's like a combination of chastised and like something else. Chastening. Chastening. Like, I get you're going for some version of like chastised, but I don't think that's a word. Though I did query this week whether relentment was a word, apparently it is. I have confirmed from multiple sources. Yes, it's a word. It's just not a very often used one, but it is a word. Therefore, I get to use it. I think the T is silent. It's supposed to be chastening, but poor choice of word. However, she's prepared a substantial fried breakfast for me. Yeah, you need the fried foods for the hangover, dude. Thank you, I mutter. Her only reply is a tight smile. I suspect she heard Anna and me fighting last night. I suspect half the building heard you screaming at your pregnant wife last night. Cray, you were shouting. Everyone heard you. Shit. Yeah, no fucking duh. He even had the thought at the time, I know I'm shouting and I don't care who hears it. Chastening of a rebuke or misfortune having a restraining or humbling effect. I'm pretty sure this doesn't qualify. This is true. Okay, if it's supposed to have a restraining or humbling effect, no. Very, very poor choice of words because that is not the effect. He is not capable of feeling humble. We know this. He has a fucking narcissism complex. Christ. Cover's peeling. It's annoying me. I really do have to get on getting the next book because we are getting through this at a clip. Like, there's only like 125 pages left. That's only like 3 weeks. Wow. Okay, I really got to get on finding the book and ordering it and getting it here. Fuck. I kind of didn't do the math correctly. Or at least I'm realizing now I didn't do the math correctly. So yeah, really got to get the book. You got to find somewhere that's not Amazon to order it from because they want way too much money. I stare out of the car window as Taylor drives through the morning rush hour traffic. Anna didn't even say goodbye. She just fucking left. With Sawyer. Taylor tells Sawyer I want him to stick to Mrs. Gray like glue. I need to know if she's eating. So there we go. We have confirmation that the only purpose, because again, the person threatening them, both people who have threatened them, one is gone permanently and one is in jail. So there is no reason for her to have a private bodyguard or security at all anymore, but she's too chicken shit and too much of a, doormat to point this out to him and say like, okay, we're getting rid of the security now because we don't need them anymore. But he has just confirmed that the entire reason of their existence is to report on his wife's every move and make sure that she is obeying him and his wishes even in his absence. And again, he's still treating her like she's one of his subs because he had all those rules about eating and food and, maintaining your body and your health, etc. in his subcontract. So he's still treating her as if she had signed the contract and that is how their marriage functions. And she's let him do that repeatedly. So, like, she's given him no reason to stop behaving that way, despite she's paid lip service to it. But then she still puts up with it and lets him get away with it. So he's got no motivation or incentive to change. This is what I mean. He paid lip service to saying, oh, we'll have a vanilla normal relationship and I won't be such a control freak. But he never actually meant that. He certainly never did it. He didn't have any intention of doing it, ever. Because he hasn't changed at all. And he hasn't been made to change. Yes, sir. His words are clipped. Even Taylor is frosty this morning. I wonder if Anna will follow through on her threat to move upstairs. I hope not. Oh, here we go. She fucks up her contraception, saddling us with a child before we're ready, before we've done anything, and I'm in the fucking doghouse? If ever you needed grounds for divorce, that should qualify. Because again, he's taking no responsibility for getting her pregnant. He's still entirely blaming her. And he's pissed off that after he acted like the world's most abusive, cruel monster, that he's in trouble and people are not being kind to him this morning after he screamed horrible, unforgivable things at his pregnant wife. Yeah, everyone else is the problem. That is the theme of this whole night, is him being absolutely the worst, but it's everybody else's problem. And again, this is narcissism. This is, I'm entitled to feel however I feel. I only feel rage and horny, if ever it was true. All he's felt is rage and horny. And it's everyone else's fault if they don't like it, because I'm allowed to be like this, because I was abused in the past, because I'm not normal, because I refuse to even try to emotionally regulate or have any kind of empathy or self-control that I'm not capable of, or take accountability or responsibility for any of my actions. No, it's everybody else's fault, and they made me act this way because I just can't help myself. And they know if they act like that, then I'll act like this. And so it's their fault when I'm the worst because they know not to do what they did because it sets me off and oh, woe is me. He's very much got the victim mentality going through the roof. So weird that all the people around him are pissed at him for berating his pregnant wife for being pregnant. Yeah, how about that? Gray's convinced what he says goes regardless of what reality dictates or anyone else says. Very correct. Very, very correct. Because he says it or presents it, it's binding from there, not how anything works. True. Yeah, no, but that's exactly, yeah. He's the guy who's used to being obeyed all the time because that is how he structured his life. And he's used to, the submissives that blindly obey him no matter what he does. No matter what he does, no matter what he wants. Like Layla had that memory of just being naked, kneeling beside his desk for hours while he sits there and does work. And she's just supposed to be naked next to him because that's what he wants. And her reward was getting to listen to his iPod. Also, he doesn't tell anyone he had a traumatic childhood, so yes, everyone sees him as a raging asshole. True. Nobody knows about that except his family. That's true. But it's not an excuse. I had a fucking traumatic childhood. Do I act like a psychotic bitch? Sometimes, yeah. Have I gone off in public? Absolutely. Is my upbringing or my abuse an excuse for what I did? No. Did it certainly contribute to why I was acting that way? Hell yes. Does that make it okay for me to act that way? No. Did I ever apologize? Sometimes. When I had the opportunity, sometimes. Not always. Not as much as I should have. And not that I'm not capable of acting like that now. I have mellowed over the last 10 years, but I know when I'm being triggered by my past trauma. I know when I'm acting out because of it, usually because I'm terrified. I get that. But it's not an excuse. I mean, in the moment, in an appropriate situation, will I sometimes say to people, I have a trauma history, I have PTSD, I'm being triggered by this, and that's why I'm reacting like this. I have done that. And sometimes people understand and sometimes they don't. But that is by way of explanation, not excuse. That's so, whoever I just said horrible things to and called every name under the sun, they might have some understanding that I don't actually mean it. It's just a defense mechanism because I'm scared and panicking and I feel cornered and I want you to go away. And a good way to make you go away is for me to be really, really vicious and nasty. It's not an excuse, but he uses it as one internally. Yes, he does. And seems to expect everyone else to give him grace for his behavior when they have no context for his behavior. This is true. Internally, he does use it as an excuse for himself of, oh, I can't do any better than this because I'm beyond broken. I can't get any better than this. No, you just don't want to try. Because I've known people like this that just are so full of self-pity and victim mentality that they think they can get away with anything and act like anything. And then I've known people that had good therapists and could have made progress and could have gotten better, but as soon as they start getting challenged in therapy and the therapist starts pushing them to change their behavior and stop acting in the ways that they shouldn't be acting and correct the, and take responsibility, they fire the therapist. I watched somebody do it for 20 years. Because they didn't want to change because changing is hard and taking personal accountability is hard. And being responsible for your own actions when you've spent your whole life going, well, I can't help it. I was abused as a child, so it's not my fault no matter what I do. And there's to some degree that's how some of us were raised in the 90s. It's true. But you grow up. You realize the world is not that way. Like I said before, if there's 20 people in a room and you are one of them, and what 19 people are doing is bothering you, you don't have the right to stand up, throw a fit, and demand that 19 people stop doing what they're doing because it makes you uncomfortable. You have the right to do one of two things: leave the fucking room or grow the fuck up and shut your mouth. And realize the world isn't made to pamper and cater to you. You're going to be around things that make you uncomfortable. Again, if it's that bad, leave the room. Those are your options. I don't even know how pregnant she is. I resolve to call Dr. Green when I get into my office. Maybe she can shed some light on how my wife came to miss her shot. Yeah, because like let's just add violating her medical privacy. That's right in there. Not that we expect the doctor not to tell him. My phone buzzes and immediately my heart starts pounding. Anna? No, it's Roz. Gray, I snap. You're bright and breezy this morning, Christian. What is it, Roz? I snap again. She pauses for a nanosecond, then she's all business. Hansel from the shipyard wants a meeting, and Senator Blandino too. Yeah, excuse me. The unions and the politicians. Could this day get any better? Excuse me. They have wind of the Taiwan deal already? So it would seem, and they want to talk. Okay, this afternoon. Set it up. I want you and Samir there too. Will do, Christian. That's all? Yes. Good. I hang up. What am I going to do about my wife? Truth is, I'm still smarting from angry Anastasia. Who knew she had such gumption? Stop ascribing traits to her she doesn't fucking have. I don't think anyone's bawled me out like that since forever. Dude, if you consider that being bawled out, you have no fucking definition of what that fucking term means at all. Apart from my mother and father. At my own birthday party, no less. And that was because of fucking Elena. As well. I snorted the irony. Yeah, fucking Elena. I shake my head in disgust. Why did I seek her out? Why? The Advil has kicked in and Mrs. Jones's fried breakfast has helped. I feel almost human. But miserable. Utterly miserable. What is Anna doing now? I picture her in her tiny office wearing her purple dress. Perhaps she sent me an email. I scramble for my phone, but there's nothing. Is she thinking about me like I'm thinking about her? I hope so. I want to be in her thoughts. Always. Taylor pulls up outside GEH, and I brace myself for a long day. Good morning, Mr. Gray. Andrea smiles as I step out of the elevator, but her smile fades when she sees my expression. He probably made him put her on all her HIPAA release forms, so it might not be a violation, but it's a possibility. His wife knows why her schedule didn't allow the shots. Yeah, I know, right? Like, you could just ask your actual wife, how far along are you? Because she probably knows. For a bit of funny, I just imagine Senator Blandino as our friendly neighborhood Kim Blandino. I do think of him every time the name comes up. Like, yeah, no, every time, because the name has come up before. Every time the name has come up, yeah, I always flash to that guy and his insanity. Yeah. And yet, he doesn't understand that fucking Elena is exactly why he's in this mess. Yes, true. True, 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 true. Mm. Get me Dr. Green on the line and tell Sarah to bring me some coffee. Yes, sir. After I've finished with Green, I need to talk to Flynn. Then you can bring in my schedule for the day. Has Ross spoken to you about Hansel and Blandino? Yes. Good. Dr. Flynn left for a conference in New York early this morning. Fuck. I forgot. See if he can find a moment for me on the phone. Will do. The flat screen you requested for Mr. Steele will be installed this afternoon. And the additional PT. What? That will start tomorrow. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Okay, put Dr. Green through when you have her. I don't wait for an answer, but stalk into my office and sit down under the watchful gaze of my wife. I let out a long, slow breath, wondering if her photographer friend ever witnessed her the way she was this morning. From Aphrodite to Athena, goddess of war, a scalding, angry, alluring Athena. Dude, if you think that was angry, you ain't seen... My phone buzzes. I have Dr. Green for you. Thanks, Andrea. Dr. Green? Mr. Gray, what can I do for you? I thought the shot was a reliable form of contraceptive. Oh my fucking god, is he really about to yell at the doctor because he's too fucking stupid to understand that no, birth control is not fucking perfect? Dear God, something heavy needs to fall on his head, please. PT usually means physical training, physical therapy. I don't know why Gray is talking to someone about that. Yeah, that was my thought too. He's talking about a flat screen TV. Like, I assume because Ray is still in the hospital, what is he having a giant flat screen installed at the hospital? Like, what? I don't know. I don't give a flying fuck what's going on with her dad being in an accident recovering. That should never have been in here. It's a waste of space and stupid. It goes nowhere, adds nothing. So why is it a thing? I hiss. There's prolonged silence on the other end of the line. Dr. Green? Mr. Gray, no form of contraception is 100% effective. That would be abstinence or sterilization for yourself or your wife. See? You could have got a vasectomy, asshole. You could have froze your sperm in case you want to have kids in the future and had a vasectomy, and then this wouldn't be a fucking problem. But no, that would involve you taking responsibility and accountability for yourself and doing something proactive. But to Gray, it would probably mean he's not a man anymore or some bullshit like that. Her tone is icy. I can send you some literature if you'd like to read up on it. I sigh. No, that won't be necessary. What can I do for you, Mr. Gray? I would like to know how pregnant my wife is. Can't Mrs. Gray tell you that herself? Duh! Vasectomies can self-reverse. Yes, I know this is a thing. I think it's rare, though. Like, I know that it does happen. It can happen. Absolutely. I definitely know that can happen. But it's still, like, but it makes him look nice. He cares about his father-in-law. Doesn't that make him redeemable? No. Persnickety, tell me what Sasha's doing. I need puppy relief. Mine's finally sleeping. Is she on your lap? Is she being a good girl? Is she on her red blanket? Did she see any bunnies today or chase any bunnies? Did anyone come to the door and look at her toys? You know somebody who had that happen? Oh my god. That would be like the worst way to find out you're pregnant. Honestly, that's probably the worst. What is this? Just answer the question. I'm asking you, Dr. Green. That's what I pay you for! Suck my dick. My patient is Mrs. Gray. I suggest you talk to your wife, and she can give you the details. Is there anything else you need? In other words, yes. Confidentiality, asshole, even from you. And it doesn't matter that you're the one who pays the bills. My temper reaches boiling point. Take a breath, Gray. Please, I ask through gritted teeth. Mr. Gray, talk to your wife. Good day. She hangs up and I glare at the phone, expecting it to shrivel to ashes under my gaze. Some bedside manner she has. Fuck you! Fuck you to the highest order, you fucking asshole! She actually did the right thing! She told you to go fuck yourself because she doesn't have to tell you anything. You're not her patient, and you're asking about another patient, and it doesn't matter that she's your wife or that you're the one who pays her bills. That doesn't fucking matter. You don't get to call her and spy. Besides, dude, just call up which one of your cronies is willing to break the law. The one that you know illegally traced Anna's phone that first night at the bar. Just call them and get them to hack her medical records. But we don't even know that she's had the pregnancy confirmed by this doctor or done her due dates yet, because that sometimes it can be too early to figure that out for a while. Pouring another drink. She's asleep on your foot. Oh, precious girl. This is why we don't deserve dogs, because they're the best. I'm sure she had a very productive day. Chasing rabbits and waiting for people to come see her toys. Waiting for you to drop imaginary wedges of cheese on the floor. Ooh, 3 minutes to 11:30. Last chance to make me chug a full glass. PayPal link is at the top. Oh, I haven't been doing my shoutouts tonight because I've been too mad. Okay, last shoutout of the evening for anyone that wants to sponsor anything. We have our random ducks for $10. There's 5 of them left. They would like to go on the stage. We have our painted ducks. There are still 6 of them left. Aren't they awesome? They would also like to join their painted brethren on the stage. It's too late for handcuffs, but we do still, for $50, have the option of making me chug. Or $10 to $15 for a duck, depending on which duck. We did get glacial earlier. Somebody remind me to write that down later. And look up the French pronunciation. We now have like 3 ducks that have French names. My brother's roommate was supposed to be an only child. 16 years later, his parents had a second child. Probably caused some awkward conversations between his parents when the mom got pregnant. I bet, because I'm sure the father was like, how did that happen? Yeah, I'm sure there was, yeah. I know someone who had their vasectomy fail after his wife had her surgical procedure fail. Seriously? Okay, so you know people who have the worst luck. They were pregnant at the same time as their oldest. They literally pulled a father of the bride. I think that's Father of the Bride Part 2 that I'm thinking of, but yeah. I remember those movies. They are hilarious. They're probably dated as hell now, but they were funny. You know, they were appropriately funny. They knew where the lines were, if I remember correctly. Again, I'm sure some of it has aged poorly, but I do love, again, Martin Short is in those, and he's hilarious, always. I love him. One of my favorite episodes of Law & Order SVU has him in it, and he does not play a funny character. Again, comedians can play dark extraordinarily well. Like, there's so many examples I can point to. But yeah, you ever want to see Martin Short like in the way you've never seen Martin Short, if you've only seen him in comedies or as like the comic relief, yeah, find the episode of Law & Order SVU that he's in. Yes, they did. I went to high school with a guy and his nephew. For the record, they were 5 months apart. It's not like one was super slow. Yeah, it happens. Late babies happen. I also have been told that like right before like menopause really kicks in and you stop releasing the egg. You don't produce the egg, you're born with them. But right before like menopause happens and you stop ovulating, that there is this like last minute rush of fertility because it's like evolution and biology making like one last ditch effort to have as not only a child if you don't have any, but as many children as possible, because that was what was needed for so long. And so, yeah, late in life, like I thought I was too old for it. Pregnancies happen. And that's why even though I'm now showing, I'm definitely moving from like premenopause that I've had for about 2 years into actual menopause because my symptoms are changing and they're getting more frequent and they're getting more intense and they're getting scary. And I could definitely use some help if I could find a doctor, which I've started looking for. I have a health card now. I have started cold calling. Doctor's offices, the problem is a lot of places that are advertising as we're taking patients are actually walk-in clinics. They are not an actual doctor. And they even say on their own websites and their own materials cannot handle like long-term healthcare. Basically, we can't deal with any ongoing problems. We're only to deal with like colds, flu, vaccines, but we're a drop-in shop. We're the I don't know. I can't think of a good comparison. But basically, they're not a real medical office. They're a joke, and they're just trying to make as much money as possible off the government and see as many patients as possible in an hour without doing any actual health care. But they can't provide any consistency. They can't provide any long-term care. You'll see a different person every time, which is very like useless when it comes to dealing with a lot of things. And there's a lot of things walk-in clinics won't deal with. They won't deal with pain management. They certainly won't deal with hormone replacement therapy. Hell no. They wouldn't even be equipped. And so they have a purpose and a place, but the fact that they are becoming the norm, or they're trying to become the norm, and there's this push for people to just accept this garbage healthcare, is horrible. So, and it's getting really hard to tell one from the other because they've gotten really good at making themselves look like an actual doctor's office when they're not. They're not a doctor's office, and they don't provide proper medical care. And sometimes they don't provide any medical care at all, depending on what you need, because there's several things they won't address or deal with at all. Because they can't. But that's why they suck. And they shouldn't exist. But yeah, finding an actual doctor that is taking new patients, so hard. I have spoken to so many voicemails. Like, I've cold called probably 25 places. And at least 20 of them, I got voicemail, and most of them were full. And also, I've gotten recommends, because there is a service, shall we say, here in Ontario that is supposed to keep a list of doctors accepting patients. I let them send me 2 different lists. I gave them my criteria for what I need in a doctor. I let them send me 8 different options for doctors in my area supposedly taking patients. 3 of them, after Googling extensively, I could not confirm that the name of the doctor they sent me, I could not confirm that that person even existed. And I know how to look for med school records. I have access to med school records. I can trace you all the way back through med school and find out how long it took for you to do your internship and residency. I know how to do that. Those are public records if you know how to look. I know how to look. Like, 2 of the places they sent me, I literally Google Earth the address just to see it. There's no clinic there. It's listed as the whatever clinic being there. I Google Earthed it, and it was up to date. There is no clinic at those places. Those addresses don't even exist. And these are on a list being given out by a government program. And most of the other ones, as I found out, again, I Googled them before I called. Way too many of them were walk-in clinics, which I'm like, that's not a doctor. That's a walk-in clinic. I need one person. I need one doctor that can consistently deal with all of my stuff and keep track of it and provide long-term ongoing care, which seems to be next to impossible right now. And again, if you can even find a fucking actual doctor taking patients, all their idiot receptionist who is probably not a real nurse because they've learned to hire strippers and just put them in scrubs, because you don't actually have to be a qualified nurse to work in a doctor's office as long as they don't do anything medical, as long as they don't try to like do any actual procedures. You can hire strippers and bimbos because you like to look at them around your office. I've seen it. And they can, put files on the slot outside the door and show people to a room just as well as anybody. You don't actually have to be a nurse to do that. Oh, it is suspicious as hell, and I told them so. One of the people they send me, I looked this guy up. He has a chain of pharmacies. Like 14 of them all over the city. And then there's signs in the window, because I Google Earth them to see them. And there's signs in the window with his picture like he's a fucking cardboard cutout, like he's a used car salesman. That was the vibe I certainly got. And he basically says, like, oh, he's at this location of a pharmacy Tuesday mornings between 9 and 11 to see the doctor. And it's like, okay, so you're pimping yourself out as a doctor, but you're not a doctor. You're a pill pusher. This guy is a pill mill, I guarantee it, because he owns 14 pharmacies where he spends half a day a week at like each one, and I guarantee you does nothing but write scripts. Somebody check on how much Oxy this guy is writing for, because I bet you anything it's a lot. But yeah, this guy is a drug dealer with a license. Big pharma salesman, yeah. Yeah. Totally. It said stripper staff. You know, he's come to the States and deal with the US health system. No, thank you. Thank goodness that will be impossible. Some would say doctors are pill pushers. Yeah. Oh, you meant support staff. Okay. I'm not saying that I know support staff is a thing. You don't have to be a nurse. But you also don't have to be wearing see-through scrubs with a hot pink thong peeking above your hips and your tits falling out of your shirt. You know, even if, you know, wherever you come from, please dress for the job you have. And I'm not a fan of receptionists, etc., wearing scrubs and giving the impression that they are a nurse. That's definitely self-serving, for sure. Like, if you are a nurse, dress like a nurse. If you're the receptionist, you know, blouse and skirt. Don't dress like a nurse if you're not one. Don't, you know, put on fake authority. Because to me, that's the same as somebody wearing a police uniform who's not a cop. You know the impression you're giving. You know people are going to make assumptions, and I find it disgusting. You sure you didn't wander under a porn set? No. I believe me, I'm sure porn had been filmed in those offices. But no, I am talking about a real doctor's office that I went to several years ago now, but it was a real doctor's office that I was considering becoming a patient of at the time. And yeah, the so-called nurse who I even asked her, I'm like, "Are you actually a nurse?" And she was like, "Oh no, I just do files." And so props to her for admitting it. But she was wearing see-through purple scrubs with a bright hot pink bra that you could clearly see through it. Her tits were completely spilling out of her way too tight. Her shirt was like 3 sizes. She was a skinny person, but her shirt was like 3 sizes too small. There was a gap between her shirt and her pants, so she's showing visible midriff, which I don't have a problem with, except that we're in a healthcare setting and it's not the most hygienic. But she was wearing see-through scrub pants with a bright pink thong with the straps above her hips, you know, in that way. Scrubs are comfy, though. I have heard that scrubs are very comfy. So yeah, I don't begrudge the comfort, but girl was a stripper. There's a knock at my door and Sarah appears with my coffee. Thanks, I mutter, trying to rein in my fury at the goddamned officiousness, unhelpful, so-called doctor? What? Okay, she's a doctor, you fucking asshole, and she's acting like a proper one by telling you to talk to your wife because she's the patient, and I can't just tell you things about her because you're the husband. And you definitely know that. Ask Andrea to come in. I want to go through my schedule. Sarah dashes out and I stare at monochrome Anna on my wall. Even your doctor is pissed at me. I don't think she was pissed at you. She was just respecting her patient's privacy and acting within the bounds and guidelines and laws of her profession. Misery is my constant companion. Ugh. I'm gonna gag. All the way through my meetings, my lunch, and my boxing session with Bastille. You look like a wet weekend, Gray. Yeah, I was calling him out on you are hungover as fuck. Because try to do anything athletic when you're hungover. I feel it. Let's see if we can turn that frown upside down. Really? I knock him on his ass twice. He deserves to go down for that comment alone. Okay, fine. I wear scrubs when it gets hot, but I've never seen anyone who took healthcare seriously wear them like that. No, I'm not making a word of that up. That absolutely was this woman. And again, props to her for when I asked her, "Are you a nurse?" She immediately was like, "No." Like, again, major props to her for not lying. But what the hell are you doing? By 4:30, I've heard nothing from my wife. Not even an angry, hectoring email, liberally sprinkled with shouty capitals. Sawyer has reported in to let me know she had a bagel for lunch. Spying on your wife. Spying on your wife and getting reports from her security on her eating. This is wrong on so many levels. This is wrong on so very, 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 very many levels. That's something. I have 15 minutes before showtime with Brad Hensel, the head of the Shipbuilders Union, and Senator Blandino. This is going to be a tough meeting. I'm briefed, but I can't focus. Instead, I'm sitting here staring at my computer, willing an email to arrive from my wife. I can't believe I've heard nothing from Anna all day. Nothing. She's at work. Okay? I am in a relationship with somebody who works. Guess what? We have different hours. We get up at different times. So when I wake up, I have a message from them in the morning saying hello and I'm going to work. And then guess what? I usually don't hear from them while they're at work because they're working. The next message I get is usually after work hours when they're at home or heading home and saying hi. So if I don't hear from them for the 8 hours that they're working, that's how it goes because they're working. And I'm okay with it because they're working. And if I was working, it would be the same. You know, most places don't want you having your phone in your hand or texting while you're at work. It's usually a no-no. Also, if you're at work, you could be busy or in a meeting or something. Like, you got shit to do. There's work to be done. And that's what you're getting paid for. So that's what you should be focusing on. So yeah, if I don't get a message while somebody is at work, that's fine. That's normal. Like most people, again, just for anyone who doesn't know, most people don't email constantly while at work so they can email fight with their significant other. Because all they ever do is fight by email. And he's wanting to fight by email. That's what he wants right now. But like, most people do not do that because they separate their work and home lives. Oh, my makeup is just not holding up well tonight. I'm starting to melt. I'm blaming the hot flashes. It's melting the makeup off my face, clearly. Also, I really want to stick my head in the freezer. Literally just had the thought of, I have a freezer. I could stick my head in it. That would be nice. In 15 minutes, I may just get up and do that. I might very well get up and do that. Ladies in the chat, have you ever stuck your head in the freezer? I'm sitting here staring at my computer, willing an email to arrive from my wife. I can't believe I've heard nothing from Anna all day. Nothing. I don't like this. I don't like being the object of her anger. I put my head in my hands. Maybe I should apologize. He's just getting here. We're at almost 40 pages, and he's just getting here now of maybe I should apologize. Wow. What did Flynn say? It's better to concede the battle to win the war. Oh my fucking god, and then it gets worse. That's the theme of tonight. He says something horrible, and then it gets worse. That's the official theme tonight. But Jesus H fucking Christ almighty! Like, maybe he should apologize, and then he considers it strategic of giving up a battle to win the war. You're not supposed to be at war with your wife, dude. You're doing marriage wrong. You the Forrest Gump meaner. Are you stupid or something? Yes. Well, he did blame the doctor for a malfunctioning birth control without saying hello. This is true. I'd be transferring anesthesia to another doctor because of his behavior. If Gray wasn't the owner of the company, HR would have stepped in to put a stop to this long before they got married. IT would have blocked them from communicating by company email. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because even though he yelled at her several times to only use her BlackBerry, he was constantly emailing her work address. And she never actually did start using the BlackBerry. You know, and even though he owns the company now, so I'm sure he told someone, I remember this, he actually did tell someone to remove all of her emails to him and his emails to her from the company servers, and to make sure that, like, basically that her email is not monitored by the company anymore, or that incoming emails from his address are not monitored. He did that once he bought the company and could do that. But before that, yes, because he only did that. That was after they'd had several arguments and very sexual, questionable, abusive exchanges by email that definitely should have been flagged. And deep down, I know I've fucked up, but I'd hoped that she would have forgiven me by now. Well, you've done absolutely nothing to make amends, and you haven't even said, I'm sorry. So, what, she's just supposed... And again, this is what he's used to. Because with his submissives, if they got mad at him, he basically could just say, don't be mad at me, I order you. And they were expected to stop. He expects to be forgiven because he orders them to forgive him. So he's expecting her to do that. And guess what? Not how the real world works. Like, he is so far up his own ass and in his own delusional fantasy. That's the thing. People need to remember with BDSM and, like, all the Dom sub stuff, that is a fantasy world. You are fantasy role-playing when you are in that world. That's not reality, and you need to keep those lines very clear. He didn't. Because he thinks that's how all of life should be. And again, he basically still treats her and sees her as a submissive. He's never changed from that. He's never made any effort at all to change from that. He's never even paid lip service truly to changing from that. That is the way he wants his world to be. That's what he expects. And he's not going to stop until he gets it. And she's so weak and spineless that he will. Or he'll murder her and bury her with the other subs and move on. I type out an email. Here we go. This is going to be... Oh, yep. Yep. He went full image, sure. From Christian Gray, subject, I'm sorry, to Anastasia Steele. And then he just typed the words, I'm sorry, 30 times. I fucked up, please forgive me. This is literally what he sent her. Now, in some versions, this would be cute. And I might even get a laugh out of it. But I would get a laugh out of this if you were sending me this because you are 20 minutes late to our date and I'm sitting in the restaurant alone, and you know that I have a personal rule that if you're going to be more than 10 minutes late, you are expected to text me and let me know so I don't worry about you, because I will start having images of you dead in a ditch by the side of the road because I'm the person who worries like that. And then it's funny if you're saying, oh, I'm 20 minutes late and I didn't text and I'm sorry, but I'm about to walk in and you sent me this, then it's funny and I might be a little more forgiving for you making me worry and stress out. But for what he did, I'm moving out if he sends this. Because this is nowhere near, this is you treating it like a joke and like you're an immature teenager and like it's just, like it's nothing, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna say fake words I don't mean and say sorry, and then you're just supposed to forgive me and then it's over. And I'm not held accountable for being evil. Hello, Ironton Auditor. Thank you for stopping in. Yeah, we are always live. I'm just live streaming on both of my channels now, but this is my Bad Erotica Book Club. It's always live at 8 p.m. Eastern on Saturdays if you ever want to join us. We have a good time. We've been having a lot of fun tonight. And he just copy-pasted that. Yes, true. Also the laziest form of apology to copy-paste, hit repeat. Yeah. But thank you for dropping in and saying hi. Hey, sponsor a duck if you're in the mood. We still have some random ducks. Links at the top. You could use another new duck tonight. That would be great. In other words, his email is all of the red flags. Like just it's this. It's all of the red flags. Run fast, run far while you're still alive. Take his money and flee. I don't want to go home to face her anger again. I want her smiles and her laughter and her love. I gaze up at her smiling face in the photo. I want her to look at me like she does in this portrait. I return to the email, wondering whether to hit send. This meeting could go on for a while. I call Mrs. Jones. Mr. Gray, I may not be home for dinner. Please make sure Mrs. Gray eats. Yes, sir. Cook her something nice. I will. Thank you, Gail. So now he's ordering his staff to order her to eat. What if she says no? What if Gail serves her dinner and she says, I'm not hungry, I'm going to my room, don't disturb me? What is he going to do? I hang up and delete the email. So he didn't even send it. It's not going to be enough. Okay, there we go. I could try jewelry. Flowers? And he's back to how do I apologize with my wallet? So no, he hasn't said sorry yet, and he's not going to. He's just going to buy her another expensive piece of jewelry because he's done this 2, maybe 3 times more. 2 for sure. It might have been 3. After he's been an abusive bastard, that's how he's apologized. Guess what? That's a favorite trick of abusers. They're abusive, and then they buy gifts to say they're sorry. It's fucking common A fucking F. I'm definitely watching some Law & Order SVU tonight. Ugh. My phone buzzes. Yes, Andrea. Mr. Hanson and Senator Blandino are here with their terms. Call Roz and Samir to join us. Yes, sir. This will be a fight about layoffs. I grit my teeth. Sometimes I hate my job. We're expected to believe he doesn't like laying people off en masse. Control C, then Control V, Control V, Control V. Yep, I've done it. Yep. And he didn't even send it. He hasn't even said, I'm sorry. What he wants is for her to go back to normal and not hold him accountable for his behavior. Entirely correct. Entirely correct, yes. 100%. That's exactly what he wants. He doesn't like being held accountable. You can start with an apology and then add jewelry and flowers. Yes, true. I'm not saying you can't add the jewelry and flowers after you very sincerely said you're sorry. But by the way, you need to say, I'm sorry, finish the conversation, come to a resolution, have her say, okay, I forgive you, and we're okay. Then you break out the flowers and the jewelry. Not as part of the bargaining process, because I will throw those in your face and hope the diamonds cut you. Yep, there it is. I was thinking, where's the shinies? Yep. It isn't an either or situation. This is true. How about the simple phrase, I'm sorry, babe? Maybe start with that and work from there. Jesus H. Christ, Grace sucks. Yes, he does. His go-to apology is, here's a shiny, look at the shiny, like me again now. Yep. It's look what I can give you, babe. Yes, I'm a lot to put up with, and I raged at you and got angry, but look at all the money I have. Look at the diamonds I can give you, and the house, and the stuff, and Aspen, and that is what he expects. He expects a transactional marriage. Like, she wants a love romance marriage. He wants a contractual, literally, a contractual transactional marriage where, okay, I fucked up. Okay, I buy you $50,000 diamond watch. I give it to you. Now I'm forgiven. That's how it works. That's what he expected. That's what he thought he was getting into, even though she made it clear that, no, I want love. I want romance. And he lied his ass off and said, okay, I will change and I will give you those things and I will stop doing the controlling, doming, wanting to run every moment of your life and expecting you to live by my 250 ridiculous rules. He lied and said that he could do that when he had no intention of doing that. He's never made any effort to do that. He's never treated her any differently from the first day they met until now. He's never treated her any differently. He just put a ring on it because he thought, oh my God, I found my ultimate submissive. She's a virgin. She's a blank slate that I can pull a Svengali and I can mold her into my perfect submissive. And then I can own her forever because I put a ring on it and that makes her my property forever. And then I have a permanent sub that I can do whatever I want to. And I can play with my dolly until it breaks. And then I bury her with the rest and get a replacement. That's what he expected. That's not what he's getting. And he can't handle it. I would almost forgive you, James, if it was Senator Plantino and the ambassador from the Kingdom of Israel. Are you here with your passports? Yes. I know, I can't stop thinking it too. It does. The levity is helping, though. It's helping. And I'm glad that I ate really early before the stream, so I'm not throwing up on it. Also, that rice settles well. Rice and chicken and peas for dinner. It was very, very good, and I have lots and lots of leftovers, which is always good because I don't like cooking all that much, so I do enjoy when I can make something in bulk and have it last for a couple days. Blandino is appealing for calm. These are our economic realities in 2011, he says to Hansel, who sits red-faced on the other side of the boardroom table. I just want to go home, but we're not finished here. My phone buzzes and my heart rate spikes. It's my wife. Excuse me. I rise from the table, feeling 7 pairs of eyes on me as I exit the room. She's called. I'm almost giddy with relief. My heart feels like it will escape my chest. Anna. Hi. It's so good to hear her voice. Hi. I can't think what else to say, but I want to beg her to stop being mad at me. Please don't be mad at me, I'm sorry. In his head! Didn't say it out loud! Are you coming home? She asks. Later. Are you in the office? I frown. Yes. Where did you expect me to be? Where do you think, you fucking... Why is he so stupid? Seriously, why is he stupid? We're getting... The end of this chapter is in 1, 2, 3, 4 pages, and we are definitely stopping. So, last chance to sponsor a duck! And Bo will personally send you a picture and thank you and lick your face if you sponsor a duck. I'll let you go. What? But there's so much I want to say, but neither of us speaks. The silence is a chasm between us, and I have a boardroom of people locked in crisis talks waiting for me. Good night, Anna. I love you. Didn't say the I love you to her. Good night, Christian. I hang up before she can. Wow, there's a sign of maturity. Thinking about all those times we stayed on the line and neither of us hangs up. I couldn't bear to hear her end the call first. I stared despondently at my phone. At least she asked if I was coming home. Perhaps she misses me. Or she's checking up on me. Either way, she cares. Maybe. A small ember of hope glows deep in my heart. I need to wrap this meeting up and get home to my wife. It's late when we agree on a potential compromise. With hindsight, I see that confrontation with the union is inevitable, but it's been good on all sides to air their grievances. Samir and Roz will now take the negotiations from here and hammer out a deal. Compared to the battle I'm facing at home, this wasn't so bad. Roz was an impressive negotiator, and I persuaded her to go to Taiwan tomorrow evening without me. Okay, Christian, I'll go, but they'll really want you there. I'll find time, later this month. Her lips tighten, but she says nothing. I can't tell her I don't want to leave Anna when she's not even talking to me. Deep down, I know it's because I'm petrified my wife might not be there when I return. The apartment is dark when I get home. Anna must be in bed. I head into our bedroom and my heart sinks when I find she's not there. Stifling my panic, I head upstairs. In the dim light from the hallway, I make out her form curled up beneath a duvet in her old bedroom. Old bedroom. It's hardly that. She slept in it, what, twice? She looks so small. I flick the dimmer switch on to see her better, but keep the lights low, and carry the armchair over so I can sit and gaze at her. Her skin is pale, translucent almost. She's been crying. Her eyelids and lips are swollen. Wow, he must really have a hard on now. My heart free falls through my body with despair. Oh, baby, I'm sorry. I know how soft her lips are to kiss when she's been crying. I knew it, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. Told you he would get horny. Told you seeing that she's been crying would make him horny, and there it is. Because this is like the 9th time that he said, oh, after she's been crying, her lips are so soft and kissable, and I love it so much. Ugh, you are a sick twist. She's been crying. When I make her cry. And my banging on the desk has alerted the partially trained emotional support puppy that I need him, and he's rubbing on my leg, going, Mommy, you need me. I'm sorry, Bo. I didn't mean to disturb you. Aw, are you in your crate because you think you're in trouble? You're not in trouble, baby. I wasn't banging at you. You're okay. He's half asleep. I don't know what he thinks right now. Bo, come here. Come here, baby. Come here. Come to Mommy. Come on. Oh, you're too sleepy? You want to go back to sleep? He's literally like yawning and like... I'm I wasn't banging at you. You're okay. I think I scared him. You're a good boy. Mommy loves you. You're a good boy. Yeah. Yes, I love you. I love you and you're a good boy. Yes, you are. Yes, you're a good baby. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you go sleep. Oh, there's the tail. Good. Yes, we got the tail wiggle. That's good. I like the tail wiggle. Okay. I'll cuddle you in like 5 minutes, okay? You curl up and go into your puppy bed, okay? That's my good boy. I scared the dog. The book made me scare the dog. Book needs to burn because it made me scare the dog. Relief from what? Gray is still in trouble, but he doesn't seem to realize this. Yeah, seriously. I want to climb in beside her to pull her into my arms and hold her, but she's asleep. She needs her sleep. Oh, look who's on my leg. Going, okay, I'm not in trouble. Okay, cuddle me. Come here. I know you want your belly rubbed. I know you always want your belly rubbed. I know, belly, belly, belly. Come here. Come on, up, up, up. Last chance, up. Yep, there we go. Oh, look who's doing his job as a puppy. Look who's being a puppy. I do my job. I'm a puppy and I do my job. I'm a good dog. And I am sniffing the book because it's there. And I am a really good dog. And I have really stinky puppy breath. Yeah, you have stinky puppy breath. You do. Okay. Cuddle, cuddle, cuddle. I love you very much. Cuddle, cuddle, cuddle. Got 2 pages left and I need to finish and, get off this. So, cuddle, cuddle, cuddle. You need a bath. Your sweater stinks. Ugh. Like a week from now, when I do laundry, he's going to have a panic attack when I take the sweater off him to wash it. Still haven't found his other sweater, the puffy jacket one. I know it's here somewhere. I just can't find it. Like I also can't find my dustpan. Again. I'm going to put a low jack on that thing. Oh, yes. Oh, I know you're sleepy. I know. Okay. We got one last puppy sighting. Everyone say goodnight to the puppy. I know you don't like when I do that. I know. I'm a bad mommy. I know. I'm sorry. No. No, you don't like that. He doesn't like anyone touching his paws. Okay. Say goodnight. Say goodnight. Say I'm a puppy. Say I'm a good puppy. Tell me what a good puppy I am. I'm really cute. Look at my cute face and my floppy ears. I'm a really cute puppy. No. Okay, you go have a nap, okay? No, thank you, Zadale. Night puppers. Yeah, he needs a nap. He should be in the middle of a nap, but I startled him awake and he didn't know what to do. Yeah, we've got about a page and a half left. And pull her into my arms and hold her, but she's asleep. And she needs her sleep, especially now. I settle into the chair and match my breathing to Anna's. The rhythm soothes me, and that and my proximity to her. For the first time since I woke up this morning, I feel a little calmer. The last time I sat and watched her sleep was when Hyde broke into our apartment. She'd been out with Kate. I was mad as hell then. Why do I spend so much time mad at my wife? There's a good question. I love her, even though she never does what she's told. Get bent. That's why. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Really? That's like the most hack use of the serenity prayer ever. He's not a fucking addict. He's just an abusive asshole. They don't get that. And Grimace, as Flynn's oft-quoted serenity prayer pops into my head. That doesn't apply to him! Jesus, his therapist is bad. Really contending for that top spot right now. Again, at the end of this book, the rank video is coming. I need to look up some people's names, but it's coming. And yeah, wow, his therapist really pushing for that top spot. And when you beat out somebody with a body count, wow, with a proven body count, I'm saying proven because, again, Cannon Gray has a higher body count than the therapist in Split. The therapist in Split has an on-camera body count attributable to them. A prayer for alcoholics and fucked up businessmen. I check my watch, though I know it's far too late to call him in New York. I'll try him tomorrow. I can discuss my impending fatherhood with him. I shake my head. Me. A dad. Okay, so again, I'm assuming this is because the original Twilight books are based off Mormonism and have like a very strong anti-abortion, even if the mother is going to die, that is what is best message. That's what God intends, for the mother and the baby to die. That is clearly the message in Twilight. But, you know, in this one, we don't have, well, until the retelling, he wasn't religious at all. There was no mention of religion at all whatsoever, so that was retconned in 10 years later. But even still, the fact that he has not brought up, hey, we could, still put an end to this, it's a discussion worth having if he's this hardcore against children. And she has also said, this isn't the right time, I don't want this now either. There's options. What could I possibly offer a child? Money and education, stability, never being hungry or homeless. You have a lot to offer a child. Love and comfort, probably not among them. Mommy's there for that. But you can definitely provide a good growing up environment and a good education. You can do that. It's more than a lot of people. And do my tie and the top button of my shirt as I lean back. I suppose there's the material wealth. At least he won't go hungry. No, not on my fucking watch. Not my child. She says she'll do this on her own. How could she? She's too, and I want to say fragile, because sometimes she looks fragile. But she's not. She's the strongest woman I know. Stronger even than Grace. No, she's a dumb fucking, she's a dumb slut as far as I'm concerned. She's a very dumb slut and has no sense of self-preservation. And no, I don't think she could handle a child on her own, nor would I ever give her a child to be in charge of in any way, because no, extremely, for a lot of reasons. She lacks judgment, self-awareness, perception, reality. He was so mad that she went out with a friend and not at home when a psycho killer broke into their house. That sounds normal. I know, and that's never addressed, by the way. He stays mad, and she even forgives him for being mad that she was out with a friend when he told her to stay home, even though her being home could very well have led to one of their security being shot dead and her being kidnapped by a psycho. That is what could have happened if she was home. And he never acknowledges it, that it was actually a good thing that she was not home because she was safe where she was, and it allowed Hyde to be arrested and put in jail. Though, again, we know that because he said so, we know that he personally wanted to interrogate Hyde and then probably murder him and bury him where the subs are buried. That was definitely the plan. He pretty much said so. Again, I'm not making that up. He said canonically within the book that he had no intention of turning Hyde over to the police. Those are his words. And that he wanted his security to hold him and interrogate him. Those were his words. Like, I'm not even making that up. That's not even me having fun with the canon. That's actual canon. If this is E.L. James' experience with therapy, I'm very, very, very worried for her mental health and other patients under her doctor using that word loosely. Or, yeah, seriously. Though I doubt she's ever been under care because, like, again, a lot of religious people, which I believe she is, have this stigma that you never seek mental health care because you're just confirming that you're crazy and they'll lock you away in an asylum like from the 50s or the 1800s. Discussion. He would have just told her she wasn't having the kid and had Sawyer drive her to a private doctor's office. True. True. I'm very surprised that did not happen. She would never do it on her own. On her own. His parents would be super involved. Yeah, possibly. Quite possibly. You know, they say you marry into families. I wouldn't know, but that's what I'm told. Gazing at her as she lies here, sleeping the sleep of the innocent, I realize what an asshole I was yesterday. This has taken far too long. She's never backed down from a challenge, ever. She was hurt by what I said and what I did. I see that now. Just now. He's just getting that now. Not sharp on the uptake, are we? She knew I'd overreact when she told me about the baby. She knows me better than anyone. Did she find out before we were in Portland? I don't think so. She would have told me. She must have found out yesterday. And when she told me, everything turned to shit. My fear took over. How am I going to make it up to her? I'm sorry, Anna. Forgive me, I whisper. You scared the living shit out of me yesterday. Excuse me. Leaning forward, I kiss her forehead. She stirs and frowns. Christian, she murmurs, her voice wistful and full of longing. The hope kindled by her earlier call ignites into a fire. I'm, excuse me. I'm here, I whisper. But she turns over, sighs, and falls back into a deep slumber. I'm so tempted to strip down and join her, but I don't think I'd be welcome. I love you, Anastasia Gray. I'll see you in the morning. Tam. No, I won't. I have to fly to Portland to see the finance committee at WSU in Vancouver. That means leaving early. I place my favorite tie beside her on the pillow so she'll know I've been here. As I do, I recall the first time I tied her hands. In it, to ruin what might be almost a tender, nice moment, we have the thought travels straight to my cock. Okay, so he's coming around to what a jagoff he's been, realizing that he's got a lot to make up for, and almost doing a tender, heartwarming moment. But then we have the thought travels straight to my cock. Way to just undermine absolutely fucking everything badass fucking writer. I don't mean badass, I mean bad ass writer. I wore it to tease her at her graduation. I wore it at our wedding. I'm a sentimental fool. Tomorrow, baby, I whisper, sleep well. I forego the piano even though I want to play. I don't want to wake her. But as I head alone into our bedroom, I'm more hopeful. She whispered my name. Oh God, somebody hit me in the head with something heavy so I forget this. Yes, there's hope for us yet. Don't give up on me, Anna. End of chapter and end of the evening. Because wow, can I not take any more? Like, he just took toxic to so many new fucking levels. And asshole to so many new levels. And lack of self-awareness. And just so many other things, but I've said all of it, and I just really, really need to drink heavily. So we're gonna wrap this up. Thank you everyone for watching. Let's before we do, let's make sure our chat is if they weren't involved, the alimony and child support she would be getting would be insane. It's not like she'd be a struggling single mom working 3 jobs. She'd get the mansion he bought in the divorce. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, if she leaves him, they don't have a prenup. She gets half of everything, including his company. So yeah, she would get the house that's being remodeled. Probably one of his vacation places. You know, he's worth probably a couple $100 million in a divorce settlement. So, yeah, even if they were divorced, the child and or children, because, could be twins, you don't know. It's hard to tell early on. This is a fact. But, yeah, she wouldn't be struggling at all, and she'd be set for life. Which, again, my conspiracy theory that this is like Heartbreakers, the movie, and that her mother, we know, is a professional gold digger. She's been married 5 times, and likes men with money. That her mother didn't aim her at Christian Grey, and they knew exactly how to play him, like when Anne Boleyn in the Tudors, in the series The Tudors. I'm not sure how accurate it is, but um when Anne Boleyn's father told her to seduce King Henry, and it was planned, and they're like, you have to be different from everything that he's known. That's the only way you're going to gain his interest and get him to pay attention to you for longer than the time it takes to fuck you. You have to make him work for it, make him chase you, because he's not used to doing that. He's a king. He's used to betting any woman, treating them like garbage and throwing them away. you know And that's very much how Christian Grey was, where she comes along and is the antithesis of all that. She's the naive virgin who doesn't know anything and doesn't expect anything. And I don't just want a sexual relationship. I want you, and I want a marriage, and I want a romance. And she's different from everything he's ever known. And that works very well. It's also a frequent trick of con artists. So again, if there was the plan to, marry him and then get pregnant and you're set for life, certainly this would be working. And if that came out at the end, that would actually be a really good book. That would be good writing. But we know that's not the end, unfortunately. Every word E.L. James tries to write down should spontaneously burst into flames as soon as she writes it. I have a meme to go with that, and I'm trying so hard to get this black off scar on my eye, and it's not coming, and I need to wash my face. So we are going to wrap it up. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and your pets. Love on the pets for being here. If you had an emotional support animal with you, or an animal giving emotional support, give them lots and lots and lots of love, because they earned it and they deserve it. And all pets and fluffies are wonderful, and we love them all very much. But on that note, we are going to call it a night. We're going to say good evening. Have a good rest of your evening, everyone. Have a good rest of your weekend. Thank you all for being here. Thank you if you sponsored a duck. If you didn't, please consider sponsoring one next week. Every little bit helps a lot. And until then, I have been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. And I will see you all same time, same channel next week. Until then, bye-bye.